He got somebody else to move some paper around for him and paid these dudes to go get revenge. Manhunt and everything go on looking for Shorty. They find Shorty a couple weeks later. She in the garage in one of these new condo developments that ain't get opened yet. They got her sitting there stinking over some scamming, shiesty, dirty shit.
Oh, well, it be like that sometimes. Stay on the sidewalk, man.
Just one night I was bouncing, Saturday night, smelled like an asshole, but this particular night, I got a section. In this section are 4 or 5 of the most normal noodle niggas you can possibly think of. I guess they didn't put their Amazon checks together and got them a fucking section for the weekend. You know what I mean? You know there? They cool. They're not giving me no problems. They drinking, having a good time. Around 1:30, one of them approached me and he's like, you think you can help us get some women up in here and some fucking sausage fest? You know what I mean? I'm like, boom, I got you. I hit the crowd, scavenger up some women and tell them, you know, whoop people, they fly, the guys in my section want to know if you want to drink with them. You know, the whole little shit. Boom. I scavenger up about 4 or 5 of them. They get up there and everybody got a woman. Everything going smooth. I'm standing there guarding the section, and in the middle of that, one of our newer bouncers walk up to me. For the sake of the story, we're gonna call him Kimbo. You know what I mean? He said he's from Jamaica, but I think that nigga was from Nigeria. We called him Kimbo because he looked just like Kimbo Slice. He just was like 5'9" instead. You know what I mean? He walked up and he goes, that girl, does she have man? Kimbo, who are you talking about? White girl, big thighs. She has man? I don't know, Kimbo. I want to fuck to her. All right, nigga, damn. I go up there, my partner want to talk to you, She come down the steps, they talking and they right here. They're within arm's length of me. They're talking, and after about 20 seconds of the conversation, I hear Kimbo go, I have $200 for pussy.
Dang, you crazy.
Did she go? Way this nigga just offered her.
Did she go though?
Boom, she spazzed out smacking. Boom, rightfully so, because he just offered her $200 for the pool. You know what I mean? Boom! He smack her, he hold her face, she go to the He hold her face, he hold her face, he go, I like that. I like it rough. I like it. Kimbo, you can't be offering women $200 for their body. You know what I mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? She wants me. She wants me. You know what I mean? They separate, he go on about his business. At the end of the night, we cleaning this shit. I can't wait to see Kimbo because I'm going to ask him what the fuck he was thinking. You know what I mean? I find him, I'm like, Kimbo, what the fuck? What? You can't be doing that over here. I don't know how they do it where you from, but $200 is fucking crazy. You know what I mean? He goes, what do you mean? What do you mean what I mean? She smacked you, nigga. He points. And where he pointed at, I go and look, I follow his finger. The white girl is sitting in the area where all of the women that fuck with bouncers and they're waiting for them to be done so that they can get hit. You know what I mean? She's sitting in that section. And I'm befuddled. I'm like, I ain't no fucking way that word. You know what I mean? Kimbo, what'd you say to her? He goes, she just wanted $250 instead of $200.
No.
Nigga, what? Fuck that. Kimbo and the white girl got a kid and they're still together to this day. $250 to further your bloodline? It's kind of a fucking deal.
Said no, $250 though. She going, partner. Believe that. She definitely gonna cheat on you, partner, and make sure the baby for you, because it's probably not $250. Hey man, but look, I ain't see the story ending like that, dog. I really thought what was gonna happen was he was just not gonna get no cool shit, and like it was gonna turn into something real, like he had to throw the nigga out the club, Jazzy Jeff type shit. Fellas, if you offer the bread, man, you gotta make sure you do it around the time when a major bill coming up, like around the 1st of the month. You there? You gotta do it close to the 1st. So if it's you around the 27th of December and keep going until about the 4th or 5th of January. Because dog, if she about to pay her rent, she might be short. If she already paid her rent, her pocket's tapped. Straight up, man. Crazy word. Man. Hey, I know she be fun. You heard? I know you finna go home and have a time.
Let me make this clear. Federal agents, ICE, HSI, are officers. They're agents of law enforcement.
Oh, this the one that blew that lady's face off.
If you box them in with vehicles It is reasonable for them to believe that they are being ambushed and that this could end in a deadly situation. And it's reasonable for them to use force based on those conditions. Do not box in any law enforcement officer. You are breaking the law when you do that. And you are putting yourself in danger. Following law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them. If you ram any vehicle, especially that one that contains law enforcement agents, and that's any law enforcement, local, state, federal, county, and you do this intentionally, this is considered deadly force. Deadly force is anything that can cause great bodily harm or death. When you plow into a vehicle that contains law enforcement agents, you're using deadly force. And they can use deadly force in response to stop you.
Turn your muffin cap back blue.
We need to be clear about these laws. We cannot become a society where we just decide to take everything in our own hands and start to commit crimes against law enforcement. It is a crime. You may not like what they're doing. I can understand that there's a lot of emotions out there, but that does not mean that you get to commit a crime, especially one that could lead to deadly force.
Said, dog, hey, I knew it had to be a white person because it took so long for them to show us who it was, man. It could have been a nigga or a Mexican, dog. They would have had that bitch on. You know what I'm saying? That bitch would have been front page news, dog. And when I found out it was a white lady, I said, damn, that make a whole lot of sense, bro. Because they took long as a motherfucker to show us who got killed. Period. Whoa, what's that? You already know a real one finna give these reactions. I was lurking in these YouTube streets, and this what I found today. Said, dog, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a sucker for a bubble, you heard me? A bubble. That bitch look like it ready to pop too, boy. Look, said, dog, you could go a whole year and don't see nothing like this in your city, dog. Real talk. They don't make them like this out here, boy. This African.
Lisa!
Then this nigga won't come
This
blow
young
it.
nigga is Ford truck. I don't know if it's a Ford 250 or a Ford 350, but I like the body on it.
I bet you do. Look like she's smuggling 2 midgets up under that dress. Crazy, bro.
Good morning, good morning. How was everybody's weekend?
It was amazing.
That's what I love to hear. I love it.
Why this nigga so heavy, son?
Already ready.
God.
Good morning,
He one of them happy niggas, man. You hear me? When a white person say they got a black friend, this who they talk about right here, boy.
Now that I touched on to the countries that people should move to, I'm going to tell you the country you should never move to in your entire life. Especially,
Shit, bro, listen. When people say you talk white, you heard me? This what they mean. That he talks white. That don't mean he talks smart. That don't mean that this nigga is a genius or none of that shit. That just mean if you close your eyes, you would think you listening to a white man right now. Cause dog, this nigga probably not even smarter than Neil, what's his name, deGrasse. That nigga still sound black to me at the end of the day. Barack Obama, Malcolm X, all them type niggas, you know they black, and they was smart niggas.
especially if you are a black person or another person of color, pay attention. Coming in number 1, starting in Europe, is Latvia. That country is extremely racist. Many black,
Ooh.
African, and Asian people who has went to this country.
good morning, good morning, good
Come
morning.
on, man.
Now that I touched on to the countries that people should move to, I'm going to tell you the country you should never move to in your entire life.
All right.
Especially if you are a black person or another person of color, pay attention. Coming in number 1, starting in Europe, is Latvia. That country is extremely racist. Many black, African, and Asian people who has went to this country has experienced multiple counts of racism, discrimination, and segregation.
never
Several
heard
people
of that
within these
place.
countries has reported black people and other people of color for suspicious behavior. Hate speech, racist insults, threats, all accounted for. As a matter of fact, there was a recent Ghanaian student who went to a university there. He faced racial discrimination for months, was
Welcome
poisoned
to the
and thrown
Boogie
off the
Down
building.
Bronx.
His name was Nana Agui. Number 2 was Poland. I don't think I need to say anything about that one. Number 3
Poland?
is Spain.
What you talking about? Poland Ave and the 9th Wall? What are you talking about, bro?
There has been numerous counts of racial discrimination and mocking towards black people and other people of color. But more specifically, racism towards Asian people is on an all-time high in Spain. Number 3 is Greece. Number 4 is Italy. I know in my past videos I said Italy, but that only because they have a large population of black and African people. Additionally, the best, safest place for black and African people or other people of color would be Rome. That or other highly diversified cities like Florence. Other than that, nah. I guess France is fine, but honestly, I wouldn't move there even if you paid me.
I heard that
Ukraine,
bitch stink.
Romania, Belarus, and Austria are some additional ones. Coming in a pack of 3, starting in the Middle East, is Yemen, Syria, and UAE. I shouldn't have to explain them. Number 2 is Iraq. I shouldn't have to explain that either.
Who the fuck moved to any of these places this nigga just named, dog? Who, man, y'all niggas really trying to move to Iraq, son? Some of y'all boys already live in Iraq, Chirac, you know what I'm saying? Baton Rouge. Come on now. What you want to go out there for?
Is Iran. Same thing. Number 4 is India. And even though that India is the most ethnically diverse country in the world, there has been an abundant amount of black people that has faced discrimination and colorism. Many of them has expressed that Indian people has mocked their skin tones, their facial features, etc. Number 5 is Japan. A large number of them is Japanese nationalists, and there has been numerous accounts of racial discrimination, especially towards other Asian ethnicities and nationalities. Not only that, but the work life is absolutely deplorable, and the cost of living is just as bad there as it is here in the United States. Starting in Australia. Mexico, in my opinion, is a fantastic country to move to. Other than that, countries to dodge in South America would be Venezuela. Yeah, that's a hard no. Argentina and Bolivia, hard pass. Racism and discrimination there is crazy. Last but not least, Africa. These are all the African countries that you should be ducking at all costs. Niger, unfortunately. Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia.
Man, what is old that nigga Fresh and Fifth from, huh? Ain't that nigga from Sudan? Man.
Ethiopia, Nigeria, Mozambique, probably pronouncing that wrong, South Sudan, Egypt, and South Africa. Now, I know there were some people who wanted to move to South Africa and Egypt. Just don't. The human rights violation for women are horrible. Additionally, women are getting kidnapped and killed on the streets. There may be a few that I'm forgetting in this list, but for the most part, yeah, toodaloos. Now that I touched on to the countries,
Shit, dog. Most of the country that just named a nigga never heard of for one. And for 2, why would you want to move there, dog? Crazy. But he a real nigga for making this list, though.
In order.
Case now going, bro.
Man, I was just finna walk to your house on God, cuz.
Cause I ain't gonna lie,
Cuz
cuz.
I got this mastermind I think you should help, gang.
What you got going, bro? Talk
Look,
to me.
we in Memphis, gang. Let's start doing content. Ain't nobody doing this shit out here. I
I
want
ain't
you to be
gonna
my
lie.
cameraman, gang. We gonna blow, cuz.
I ain't gonna lie, you niggas just wasting time, cuz. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah,
We in
that's
Memphis,
something for
cuz.
us to do.
Cuz.
Keep us off distraction,
Cuz
gang.
we in Memphis. It's plenty of other niggas doing the same shit, cuz. Like, you not finna blow up doing that shit, cuz.
Let's make funny videos,
Nah,
gang.
hell no. You might as well go steal you a car, go get you a job or
Still a
something.
cop. Alright.
You not gonna blow up
Nigga
doing
said
that shit.
still a call. You heard me, little brother?
Time.
Said, bro, you know how, like, a nigga, how much a nigga gotta not believe in you to tell you to go do a crime instead of trying to do something positive, son? Oh, that's crazy.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
I just hit 200 views on my skit.
Oh,
cuz.
God, this shit ain't really
My
nothing,
first
cuz.
skit, 200 views. Imagine 200 people in your room, gang.
That shit
Can
ain't
they fit?
nothing. That shit ain't nothing, cuz. Look at what
Fuck no. 200 people could never fit inside a hating ass nigga crib. His shit small too.
Casanino them doing. They pulling 100 million views.
I'ma get there. I'ma get
Come
there.
on, cuz. Your ass bullshit.
I'ma get there. There's trust in the process.
Boy, I hate a hating ass
They
nigga.
wasting their time, cuz. I told you gonna get you a job,
Alright,
cuz.
bet, gang. You gonna remember for sure.
Case now what's going on,
Oh, man,
cuz?
it's been a minute, Trey.
Oh,
Where you
mama,
been?
I ain't see you in a minute. Where you been at,
Man,
guys?
I've been in Houston and shit. I've been doing, like, look, I
Oh,
was
God, hold
liking
on.
them. I
Oh,
told you.
oh, God.
Okay, okay, yes.
Damn, I knew you was gonna blow up, gang.
You
Oh,
knew I was
God,
gonna blow
I knew
up.
it, cuz.
Okay, this is just the beginning right
I
now.
had a feeling,
You
cuz.
partying with Funny Mike and stuff. This is just the beginning.
I had a feeling. I told you was gonna blow up. I
What
told
feeling, gang?
you.
Oh, you told me.
I told you was gonna blow up,
Alright, man,
cuz.
we're gonna see what happens in the next couple days or something. You don't never know what'll happen.
Don't forget, I told you was gonna blow up,
You
cuz.
ain't tell me that, guy.
Finally figured out what you really told. Hey, cuz, what the fuck you doing, cuz?
Shit. Damn, look
Damn, this you can't slow
I'm my
the
auntie
fuck.
sister's kids, gang. I'm making it. I'm trying to lead the hood, cuz.
How you trying to lead the hood without
Gang,
me though?
I just hit 1.4 million, gang. I told you, right? I told you,
You
right?
just did. I told
Me?
you. Come on, cuz I told you. I had faith in you,
No, you
cuz.
didn't. On my auntie, gang. The first day I was doing, I told you, come on, let's do it. You told me go steal a car. Nigga, 1.4 million, gang.
But I ain't gonna lie to you.
Wait,
Think about it,
man.
cuz. Think about it though, cuz. I believe in you, cuz.
No, you didn't.
I told you was gonna do. I
I'm
knew you
out
was
the
gonna
hood,
do this
gang.
shit.
On my
Oh,
auntie.
come on, don't leave me, cuz. Don't leave me.
Leave me alone, gang.
Don't leave me.
Say, son, when Boosie said most rappers and people like that get killed in their own city, it be about ass hating ass niggas like this, dog. It be a nigga that really had access to you, but now you don't have that access to you because you seen that hating ass shit, that spirit on him, you heard me? So you separated yourself from said nigga. And when he catch you slipping back in your neighborhood, because he really, really hate you now, dog, nigga gonna knock your shit off, dog. He gonna hit you with one of them Mexican hitman type of situations, dog. They pull up on side your car, 300 bullets. Y'all know real Mexican shit, dog. That's not racist. I just literally seen them do somebody dirty across that border on Twitter. I said, Lord, they wanted that nigga bad.
It was just released that the U.S. military, the Delta team that was responsible for the extraction of the president of Venezuela, is listening to Chief Sosa,
Man, come
aka
on,
Chief
man.
Keef, during the extraction, during the mission. Can you imagine being the president of Venezuela, tucked in your bed, all nice and sweet? All of a sudden, choppers, bombs, Chief Sosa, and then next thing you know, boom, you're on a chopper on your way to the U.S.
Boy,
It
you
was-
a living legend. You go out like that, dog. That La Sosa, oh, and I, boy, that bit hard. And right when that bit about to start, that's when they kick the door in. Oh, Lord. Boy, they pull up playing that shit I don't like. When that bit drop, they kick that door in, throw a flashbang in that bit. Freeze! Everybody on the ground. Man, that's some hard shit, boy.
Women, y'all are not alone. When my partner don't answer the phone, I'll say the same thing. He probably about to couch. Women,
Boy, you federal. This nigga the ops, man. Telling these fees that, man, you tripping, man. They already think niggas out here sliming them.
Popping pills, drinking lean, smoking all the time, drinking liquor absolutely is causing erectile dysfunction in 20 and 30-year-olds, but they don't want to talk about it because they're embarrassed. I feel like if they did
Shit,
talk
my
about it,
looking
then
work,
like,
you heard me?
it'll probably bring the excessive drug use to a screeching halt with the younger generation because they wouldn't want to experience that. But nobody wants to speak on it, so I'm speaking on it for y'all. It's happening. There's no way anybody should have to pop a blue boy, which is take a Viagra, in their 20s and 30s. How it starts is you start doing the drugs for fun, recreationally, but then you start doing them every day. Next thing you notice you can't keep it up. Next thing you notice you can't get it up at all. You're thinking, oh, it's just because I'm on the substance. But then one day you decide to get clean and sober, and you're still noticing that you can't get it up and keep it up. Now it's registering that, oh, this might actually be a lifelong issue that I have to deal with. And yeah, it absolutely might be. What did Dream Doll say in that song? He got that good throw, but he can't stay hard though. She didn't make that up out of nowhere. It absolutely.
Say, dog, that's why you see all these YNs in the gas station copping 100 packs by the dozen. You heard me? Like, man, I went in that bit one time and I seen a young nigga cop 5 of them. Oh, I said, man, it's wild out here in these streets. The buddy looked like he had to be. I wouldn't say the nigga was over 20. What was wrong with y'all boys, man? Y'all done burnt y'all stem? Crazy.
You're saying you're up by 30 in a place where kids are supposed to learn how to play basketball, and you want to stick your chest out? And you're like, yeah, kids.
14-year-old?
Yeah, 14-year-old kids.
You're
14-year-old
You about to be in
kids.
high school.
You're part of the reason why American basketball is shit. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm developing a killer mentality. That's what I'm developing.
Okay, so
Well, the frontal lobe hasn't been developed just yet.
What am I? I'm sitting up because I'm telling you, if kids are up by 30, the goal is to learn how to play basketball, not to treat these kids like that.
See this right here? See this? He's the problem.
I'm the problem.
This is why
Say that to USA Basketball. Say that to USA Basketball.
This is why the league is soft.
I'm not talking about the league.
This
I'm
is
not
why
talking
the league
about basketball.
This is why American players are soft. You're going to learn that when you go to certain tournaments, circuit play tournaments, you're going there to play the smoke. They go by points. So it ain't no mercy rule.
Y'all can win by 30. Y'all can win by 40. That's cute. That's adorable. That is not the best way to teach and train basketball. We sit here and ask, why are there no American MVPs? Why do we look at what's going on? So if that's what you're teaching, and then we see
Isn't there?
Dog, like a man, I see what he's saying, dog. And my partner, he be talking about this type shit. He said, dog, all these little boys just want Euro step, they want to do the stutter step and all that kind of shit. When they got the niggas overseas, they working on fundamentals. So when they come over here, they got a better game than us. It may not look as flashy and all that kind of shit, but them niggas know how to score. They know the fundamentals of basketball. You see what I'm saying? And that's why my partner said he think, you know how it's like mostly black people in the NBA now? He said, man, in the future, bro, it's gonna be mostly people from other countries in the league, dog. Cause them niggas is focusing on really learning the game of basketball. So I see what the bald head niggas saying, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Direction of shitty American basketball
Isn't there an
players.
overall concept though that there's not a lot of teaching going on in a
Allie,
There's not teaching going on.
Allie, so you're telling me if you're running 2 14-minute halves running clock, right? And you at halftime, you're up 30. You're gonna tell your team, and you've been a man-to-man the whole time. You're gonna tell your team to back off.
I'm gonna tell my team not to press. Yes,
We
I
didn't
will.
press.
What you say?
I said
Allie,
full court
wait.
man-to-man. I did not say press.
Okay, well, look, there goes
I said
Allie.
press.
There we
Full
go.
court man-to-man.
What's the difference? Press is full court.
No.
You can't trap? You can't trap?
No. Pressing is trapping. No, there's two different things.
Press is full court press.
Yeah.
Full court trap are the same
So
thing.
now we can't go full court man-to-man?
Yes! It don't matter. Go. You got to teach your kids something else. If you're up by 30 and you're still full court pressing,
Yeah, we're gonna agree to disagree on this. We can get to the end. Yeah, we're gonna take it to the end.
I won the Nike Grand Finale. I won the 60-14 tournament. I was the MVP. I've been in this tournament.
Me too.
I've been in this tournament.
Me too.
What the fuck you want? I'm telling you, you shouldn't be doing
Me
it.
too.
Hey.
Fuck that.
Okay, well, hey, you know what? American basketball is a great place. I'm glad you're leading the future to a great place.
Hey, nigga feel playing. Well, I'm glad you're leading up. Hey, man, that nigga, I'm with the RJ, you heard me?
You guys tell me went wrong here, and
I'm not finna watch long ass video, baby.
wrong. So there's no like.
We get to the comment section, dog. That's how I see. The bigger the fireworks, the faster the fizzle. He blocked me. How am I supposed to get in contact with him? You're not supposed to get in contact. That's literally the point of blocking someone. Stop harassing people when they are no longer interested, especially after only one date. Don't internalize it. People just be doing shit. See, them comments don't make me want to watch that. I'm not gonna hold you niggas, man. So I guess we just
Truly, until this. My hubby is ejaculating so fast, and they get so anxious about it, it's starting to feel like a chore.
Let's go. Let's go with this Bronx traffic this morning. Stupid ass. Run the lights.
Hey, yo, my guy, where's Nebraska land? Go straight. God damn, it's so fucking hot. Why is that shit pumping like that? Hazleton. God damn. It's a hike. Alright, let's see. Is this a drop and hook or a live load? He got 5 concussions with your stupid ass. All under your supervision. And you got the nerve to complain about a haircut. If stupid was a person, you'd be that person. Damn, I'm tired of you. You think his haircut hurt his head. I found the lump on his head when I got him yesterday. And told you about it when I dropped him off. And now you acting stupid. And he told me that he hurt his head again with you. Play the games if you want to. That's why I keep a record. I'm cutting his hair every time. Ain't nobody listening to you. You don't even comb his hair. Clean his nails. Every time I get him, he got dirty clothes on. House is filthy. And that's why they keep calling CPS on your stupid ass. Get off my phone and take him to school on time. Starting shit with me in the morning. Hello? Hello?
Go to door. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
When that truck pulls out at 13, go to door 13, please. Break your seal and keys to the window. Door 13 when the truck pulls out.
13, keys to the window. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, boss.
Aren't you the dummy that took him to the other barbershop that chopped his head all up? And just because he got one nick, you acting stupid again. You're an idiot. Yeah, take him to the hospital and tell him how you keep messing him up. Stupid ass. Yes, idiot. You keep playing with me. I said get off my phone. Okay, let's go. That haircut's perfect. He looks amazing. And his head is tender because you don't comb his fucking hair. you don't watch him and he bumps his head on everything, that's your fault. All right, where the hell am I going? (2201) North Park Drive, Hazleton, Pennsylvania 18202. Okay. Is that 81? Yeah, let's go. Got this. Okay, that's done. Paperwork. Let's go. 54536 112. Take 33 to Funito, eh? Let's make something to eat right quick. go. Let's go.
Height. Over 700 horsepower from the factory, massive torque, and straight line performance that still shocks people years later. But here's the problem. Even a used Hellcat from 2015 still costs around $50,000. And for most of us, watching this video right now, that price tag might as well be $1 million. It's just not realistic. But here's the truth nobody wants to admit. You don't need a Hellcat to experience insane speed. You don't need a Hellcat to gap cars have fun or feel adrenaline every time you hit the gas. In fact, if you know where to look, there are JDM cars that will make you completely forget the Hellcat ever existed. Cars that are cheaper, smarter, and in many cases faster where it actually matters. Today we're talking about 5 JDM machines that prove horsepower numbers on paper don't tell the full story. These aren't fantasy builds. These are real cars you can buy, build and drive. Cars that punch way above their price tag. And if you're a teenager, a young enthusiast, or just someone who loves Japanese cars, this list is about to change how you think about speed forever. So buckle up, because once you understand these cars, the Hellcat won't look so special anymore. Let's start with the most obvious one, the car that single-handedly ruined supercars for over a decade, the Nissan GT-R R35. The R35 GT-R is one of those cars that doesn't need an introduction, but we're going to give it one anyway. When Nissan dropped this thing, it wasn't just another sports car, it was a statement. Nissan basically looked at Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, and said we can do that too, and we'll do it for less. The result was a car that could run with supercars, costing twice, sometimes 3 times as much. Under the hood, you've got the VR38 DTT, a twin turbocharged V6 that makes just under 500 horsepower in early models and more in later ones. On paper, that might not sound insane compared to a Hellcat's 700 plus horsepower, but numbers don't tell the full story. The GT-R puts power down through an advanced all-wheel drive system that hooks instantly. No drama, no wheel spin, just violent forward motion. 0 to 60 happens in around 3.5 seconds, and that's in stock form. But the real magic of the GT-R isn't just straight line speed. It's how the car performs everywhere else. The handling, the grip, the confidence it gives the driver. The GT-R doesn't feel wild or sketchy. It feels calculated, like it's always 3 steps ahead of you. Some people say it feels like an iPhone on wheels. It does everything perfectly, even if it doesn't give you old school feedback. Now, let's talk about something that really hurts the Hellcat's feelings. Nürburgring lap times. The Hellcat managed a respectable 7 minutes and 51 seconds around the ring. That's impressive for a big American sedan. But the GT-R 7 minutes and 24 seconds. That's nearly 30 seconds faster. In track terms, that's not even the same league. That's not a close race. That's domination. And here's the crazy part. You can now find early R35 GTRs for around $50,000, sometimes even less if you're patient. That means for the price of a used Hellcat,
You can buy a used GTR. I'll get the fucking Hellcat. It's stupid. It sounds stupid. It's a dumb video already.
Real roads and real tracks. And once you factor in mods, a basic tune, and bolt-ons can push these cars into a whole different universe. If you want flash performance and serious respect, the GTR is the ultimate Hellcat alternative. But not everyone wants a supercar look. Some people want to be low-key. They want to be invisible. And that brings us to the second car on this list. At first glance, the ISF doesn't look like anything special. It looks like a normal Lexus sedan. Something your dad might drive. Something you'd see in a quiet parking lot and never think twice about. And that's exactly why it's dangerous. The ISF was Lexus proving they could build a real performance car without losing reliability. Under the hood sits a naturally aspirated 5.0-liter V8, making just over 416 horsepower. Again, that's nowhere near Hellcat numbers, but the ISF is lighter, tighter, and more balanced. It's not about raw chaos, it's about usable performance. 0 to 60 happens in the low 4-second range, but what makes the ISF special is how it delivers that speed. Instant throttle response. A screaming V8 that loves to rev. And handling that surprises people who think Lexus only builds luxury cruisers. This car can seriously move. And here's the part nobody expects. On a track, especially something technical, the ISF can hang with cars that have way more power. It doesn't overheat. It doesn't fall apart. It doesn't feel sloppy. It just keeps going. Meanwhile, a Hellcat starts to feel heavy and out of its element once the road stops being straight. The ISF is also insanely underrated in You can find clean examples for under $30,000, sometimes even in the low 20s. That's insane for a V8 Japanese performance sedan with Toyota reliability. Mod potential is solid too. Intake exhaust tune suspension. And suddenly, you've got a monster sleeper that nobody sees coming. If you want to embarrass faster looking cars while blending into traffic, the ISF is a perfect choice. But what if you want something even more raw? Something that feels like a street legal race car? That's where the next car comes in. The Evo is legendary, and the Evo X is the final chapter. Some people hate on it because it's heavier than earlier Evos. Some people complain about the styling. But once you drive one, all that noise disappears. The Evo X comes with a turbocharged 2.0-liter four-cylinder, making around 291 horsepower stock. Again, nowhere near Hellcat numbers. But just like the GTR, the Evo's magic comes from traction. Advanced all-wheel drive, active differentials, launch control. This car is designed to put power down in the real world. 0 to 60 happens in the mid-4-second range stock, but with basic mods that number drops quickly. And unlike a Hellcat, the Evo doesn't need perfect conditions to perform. Wet road, cold tires, tight corners. Doesn't matter. The Evo thrives. On a back road or track, an Evo will absolutely run circles around a Hellcat. It feels sharp, aggressive, and connected. You feel everything. Every input matters. This is the kind of car that makes you a better driver. The aftermarket support for the Evo is massive. Bolt-ons, tunes, bigger turbos, suspension upgrades. These cars respond incredibly well to mods. 400 horsepower is easy. 500 is doable. And at that point, you're embarrassing cars that cost twice as much. Prices for Evo X models vary, but you can still find decent examples in the mid to high 20s. For what you're getting, that's a steal. This is rally-bred performance that doesn't care about straight-line bragging rights. It just wants to win. Now let's switch gears and talk about something that feels completely different, but is just as deadly. Yes, we had to include it. And no, it's not just hype. The MK4 Supra earned its reputation. From the factory, the Supra came with the legendary 2JZ GTE, a twin-turbo inline-six that made around 320 horsepower stock. Again, not impressive compared to a Hellcat. But the difference is potential. The 2JZ is famous for a reason. This engine can handle ridiculous power on stock internals. In stock form, the Supra is quick, but not insane. But almost nobody keeps them stock. Basic mods and a tune easily push these cars past 400 horsepower. Bigger turbo setups, 600, 700, 800. And suddenly, the Hellcat isn't scary anymore. What makes the Supra special is how well it balances straight-line speed with drivability. It's comfortable, it's stable at high speeds, and it pulls like a freight train once the boost hits. A properly built Supra will walk a Hellcat from a roll and keep pulling. Yes, prices have gone crazy. Clean Supras are expensive now, but even so, you're paying for one of the greatest platforms ever built. A car that can grow with you. Start slow, build it over time, and end up with something that can destroy supercars. The Supra isn't just fast, it's iconic, and that matters to a lot of enthusiasts. Finally, we have a car that doesn't get enough respect, but absolutely deserves it. The 370Z is often overlooked because it doesn't have forced induction from the factory. It doesn't have crazy numbers, but what it does have is balance. A naturally aspirated V6, making over 330 horsepower. Rear-wheel drive, short wheelbase. Lightweight compared to modern cars. 0 to 60 happens in the low 5-second range stock, which doesn't sound impressive. But once you start modifying it, things change fast. Intake exhaust tune, lightweight wheels, suspension. Suddenly, the car feels alive. The 370Z shines from a roll and on twisty roads. It doesn't have the weight of a Hellcat holding it back. It doesn't feel numb. It feels like a proper sports car. And with forced induction kits available, these cars can easily make enough power to run with much more expensive machines. The best part? Price. You can find clean 370Zs for under $20,000. That leaves plenty of budget for mods. And a built 370 Zeet will absolutely surprise people who only care about horsepower numbers. So, what does all this mean? It means the Hellcat isn't the end-all be-all of performance. It's fast in a straight line, sure, but speed is more than numbers. It's how a car feels, how it handles, how it performs in the real world. These 5 JDM cars prove that you don't need insane horsepower to have insane fun. You just need the right platform. And whether you choose the supercar-killing GTR, the sleeper ISF, the rally-bred Evo, the legendary Supra, or the balanced 370s, is one thing is clear. You don't need a Hellcat. Now I want to know, if you had the money right now, which one are you choosing? Drop it in the comments. And if you're new here, make sure you subscribe, because this channel is all about real cars, real budgets, and real driving fun. This is Mike, thanks for watching. Well, welcome back to Late Night Conspiracies, everybody. Let's get right to it. You don't have to like the video. You don't even have to subscribe. But however, you're gonna get some tonight. Shout out to Ted Tails. Check this. Roll it.
It can't be true that some humans don't have souls, right? Right? Well, alright guys, we're going out there into uncharted, strange territory. Dolores Cannon, everyone's favorite hypnotherapist grandma, discovered something really weird during some of her sessions. She used a process called a QHHT, which is a form of hypnosis. She'd bring people into these trance-like states. They describe many things: past lives, life in between lives, life on other planets, but one concept I found to be kind of eerie. And this is the concept of backdrop people. These are people Dolores Cannon would describe as individuals who appear to be human, but do not possess the same spiritual...
Yeah, I guess you call them NPCs, right? But how many of you guys believe in reincarnation? I mean, I personally don't, but if you do, yeah, put it in the comments, though. Just curious to know. And, yeah, could it be reincarnation? Because it says past lives. Could it be that? Or could it be just your version on a different planet? You know, the multiverse theory, right?
essence or soul as other humans. According to Dolores, these individuals are a part of a background or set of our reality, designed to fill roles and facilitate experiences without participating in the same spiritual journey or evolution as souled humans. She theorized that these entities were manifested by a collective or universal consciousness to play certain roles or perform certain functions, facilitating experiences for souled humans. Essentially, they are a part of the stage upon which our lives play out.
So, dang. Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, I do believe that every human has a soul, but if it actually turns out that some people do, some don't, how would you know that you have a soul or not a soul? That's crazy, though.
So these beings would essentially be like extras in a movie. They're there, but they're only there to make sure everything plays out well for the characters that are in the movie. What do you guys think of these backdrop people? Post in the comments.
For NPCs.
We're not in a simulation, bro.
It's a UFO.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're in a simulation, though. I mean, the simulation theory is also pretty wild. Let's be real here. I don't think we're in a simulation, but by some miracle or somehow, some way we actually are. Yo, that's gonna be insane. I just believe in God, bro. So
The best UFO picture I think is ever taken. You have it? If you look at her, yeah, she's made. No. We're gonna look for it. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all, or? Yeah, for sure. All right, find the program trailer. I'm gonna tell you about this. Is this the trailer? Yeah, just the trailer. Let's just watch the trailer. Oh, just watch the story.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
David Grush.
You're telling me people have come forward claiming first-hand knowledge of craft of non-human origin? That's correct. We have sources who have asserted not only that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries.
Yeah.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human.
And that was it, right? Like, nothing necessarily came out of this. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, we need more. We demand answers. We demand answers. We need more.
Blessings, brother. Blessings. Blessings, brother Thompson. Preach a good word. We actually have a feast after the service. You want to stay and get something to eat?
Oh, I was about to go. Wait.
Yeah. Just stay and get a bite.
Appreciate you.
How you doing, brother? Come on. How you doing?
started with a few strands.
Some people come home to their wife cooking. I come home to my wife looking like this. Still gonna hit it though.
Bro, you might be gay.
In today's episode, how much do you trust your son to catch a ball? Here we go. Oh, we got it.
You got some balls. Yo, you fucking?
Yeah.
Okay, together. She paying.
Excuse me? What do you mean? I just said I was coming over.
Yeah, this ain't free.
I'm picking. Sure. First one to move does the dishes in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's been rough out there, guys, but there ain't nothing wrong with staying single, man. It's a wild world, but the single men are healthy and happy. Don't forget about that.
Alright, y'all, this is how you get a Whopper for a quarter at Burger King. These quarters lined up. Take this, and you want to get this stuck on the side of this right here. You want to take this nickel and get it stuck on the side. So when you do that, once you get the nickel stuck on the side, you good. See, it's now nickel stuck, so now you good. So now you take the quarter and you put it down the side like this. And then after you do that, you bounce it a little bit. And then that's how you get the quarter. That's how you can walk for a quarter.
You are American ingenuity at its finest.
Pull it straight down, okay? Over here. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Gotta make this turn first. Pull it straight down. Wait. Go. Push. Good. Now when I say pull straight down, pull straight down, pull straight down. There you go. Good. All right. You can let go of it. All right.
All right, guys, how many of y'all have this memory right here? My dad had me shifting gears in the little tiny Toyota truck. That's where we started at. Man, this one brings me back.
I dated this guy once who liked to call me his little slut in bed. And at first I thought it was degrading, and then I realized that I liked it and it turned me on. And it's just funny how that works, you know? You're like, I'm not sure about this. And then the next second you're like, one little slut reporting for duty.
If you give it to him right, this will fly with any of them.
What the heck? Are you kidding me? It actually is. Let me try it.
Yeah. That would have gone over here.
Guys, I don't know about y'all, but this is exactly how I am. I don't know, it's just in my blood.
And that brings back memories. About, can I help you?
See, that's crazy right there.
I looked this woman in the eye. I said, Bitch.
You said bitch, though.
Now I made it out.
Good girl. Make daddy proud.
Technology.
People that ain't supposed to be in your life hear you differently. They ain't supposed to hear you correctly. They ain't supposed to understand what you're saying. It's supposed to cause a misunderstanding and a disagreement because y'all are supposed to part ways. But the people who are meant to be in your life will hear you and they're gonna hear you loud and clear. Gonna damn near be able to finish your sentence for you.
Damn, that shit is too true. It's like they're not listening with their ears, they're just listening with their triggers, and no matter what you say, you cannot get through to them. It's crazy. Damn, I'm about to buy this chicken salad.
You know you've grown and matured when you don't care about explaining yourself, clearing up no rumors, or telling your side of the story. I'm good. Y'all can believe what you want.
All right, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. You know, life, man, is one interesting bitch, isn't it? It's just one interesting bitch. I'll tell you what, guys, you know, one thing that I learned in life is to hold the reins loosely, you know? The more that I try to control a situation,
This Volvo is either 21 years old or 99 years old, and neither of those reasons is why it might be the most insane Volvo on the planet. Here's a question that I'm betting literally some of you are asking. What is the first production car Volvo ever made? And the answer to that is the OV4, although the O has accents over it, so it probably isn't pronounced that way. I do apologize. However, its nickname was Jacob for Swedish reasons, I guess. Now, the OV4/Jacob was originally produced in 1927. However, to get to the car we're actually talking about today, we need to fast forward to 2006. And if you know anything about the cars of the late 1920s, you'll know that they are very popular among hot rodders here in America, and also Sweden, apparently. And that's where a man by the name of Lee Son comes into play, because he took one look at the OV4, was inspired by American hot rods, and thought, you know what, I can make it better. And by better, I mean he took pretty much everything the car came with from factory and didn't use it. And a cheap example of this is the chassis itself. And instead of using, I don't know, steel, as would be the more popular choice, he decided to make a one-off, completely bespoke carbon fiber chassis, to which he started bolting in enough different parts to it, many of which were one-off and completely custom. That being said, he was detail-oriented enough to keep things like the windshield assembly and some overall dimensions to pay homage to, well, the original Volvo. However, when it came to things like the body, they don't exactly have those body panels stocked up anywhere. So they were all custom made by hand in his shop, pretty much using the same exact techniques they did in the 1920s to build the original OV4. However, Tuvison did throw some other classic Volvo parts at the car. The steering wheel, gear lever, and steering column itself all come from a 1962 Volvo P1800, and the brake pedal, brake master cylinder, well, they come straight off a Volvo 140 series. The wheels are pretty much a one-off, however, they do pay homage to the original OV4/Jacob by having the same number of spokes. However, this time, instead of using wood, they're made out of aluminum. As for the interior, well, it is completely custom, as you might expect, and it is clad in some beautiful leather. As for the engine, which, as any hot rodder will tell you, is the heart and soul of that hot rod, well, it is also a Volvo part. As you might expect, it is a Volvo 5-cylinder, it is a lightly turbocharged, and it has a maximum horsepower output of about 265. And while that may not sound like a ton of horsepower, considering how light this thing is, it's still probably well enough to
grams of protein every single day. 200 grams? Richest, most jacked man. I love eating protein. Feel good when you eat. Meal number one, breakfast. How much protein do you really need? 1 gram of protein per pound of body.
The science, there's only 7 grams per, don't give a shit.
Oh, that. Here's going to this sweet spot. Yeah, Rosie's fine. to lunch. Pound of meat. A pound is 100 grams of protein. A ton of protein. Too much. Meal number 3. Another pound of ground turkey. Ground turkey makes turkey rubber again. Meal number 4. Dessert. Never skips dessert. I've eaten dessert every night for 20 years. No, great for total macros and calories. 2,240 calories. 149 grams of carbs. 93 grams of fat. 200 grams of protein. This can stay in shape that you can do. Get to it. 200 grams of protein every single day.
Hello? Thank you.
Hello everybody, it's the Black Car Guru back with another video. And we're going to talk about the L83. You can find the L83 in anywhere from Silverados, Tahoes, GMC Sierras, and all type of things. But here's how you make 1,000 horsepower reliably. Stronger rods and pistons. These are... Hello everybody, it's the Black Car Guru back with another video. And we're going to talk about the L83. You can find the L83 in anywhere from Silverados, Tahoes, GMC Sierras, and all types of things. Here's how you make 1,000 horsepower reliably. Stronger rods and pistons. These are essential. You can use your crank because your crank can handle over 1,000 horsepower in the L83. Grab some Clevite main bearings. A fresh... Hello everybody, it's the Black Car Guru back with another video. And we're going to talk about the...
Oh, shit. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Ms. Gray. How you doing, huh? Alright. Yeah, I'm all done, you see? I'm all done, you see? All done. About to head back to my parking spot to get my mail, which is probably plenty. And then head to Hazleton, Pennsylvania. And then to Pembroke, New Hampshire. Yeah. The old fiefdom. Fiefdom. What you up to today? Work later? Nice. Yes. I had myself a little breakfast, a little coffee. Oh, we had a good time. He got a fresh cut. Gave him a way to freshen up, you know. Look like he should. Yeah. Like the sun is shining. Found out he had a lump on the side of his head, like he bust his head. And then I took him home, told his mom, and she gonna text me this morning, like, what'd you do to his head? I was like, you idiot. Didn't I tell you yesterday I found a bump under all that hair? And didn't you just take him to the hospital for a concussion? Stupid! What's wrong with you? Stop playing on my phone. Stop playing on my dead phone. Let's go. Now I'm leaving the Bronx. Getting back over this George Washington Bridge. It's 9 o'clock. I'm probably still gonna hit traffic out of the city. It was actually pretty decent coming in. I mean, given there's always bottlenecking at the GW. But I was only there for about 15 minutes, which is acceptable. It's acceptable. You talking to me? I heard you mumbling over there. I thought you were saying something. breakfast sandwich, some coffee. I had a cinnamon raisin English muffin with egg and chicken sausage, some spicy brown, a cup of coffee, a glass of orange juice. Yeah. Made that all in-house. So how was your day yesterday? Nice. So everything's coming together. Chips. Right. Saco. Oh, this was nice. They made us a special truck route. Well, not a special truck route, but they put a bridge over here at Hunts Point that takes us right from 287 off of the highway off 95 right to Hunts Point to the industrial area. So I'm having to go through all those streets and go all the way down to the small bridge. It's nice. It's nice. Really convenient. Probably. Somebody was like, I got a bright idea. How about we use this money to put the traffic right? That's a great idea. What do you have in mind? Let's make a road for the trucks to go. Why didn't we think of this earlier? That sounds beautiful. Hey, I like it. But who's gonna get the contract? You know the union's gonna get it. Building this shit forever. Yo, I tore my legs up at the gym the other day. I tore them the hell up. Like, shit is sore. Felt good, you know, so I just kept working out. Turns out, I felt a little too good. So good that I feel awful today. Tore my shit up. Well, obviously, yeah. It's been a while since I did some exercise, well, some regular squats. It's not often I get to put the bar on my back and get the squatting for real. And I was supersetting it with one leg squats, pistol squats. Yeah, I tore my shit up.
that good leg day where it hurts to sit down on the potty. Yeah, buddy. Ooh, sugar. But sugar now. What's up? Who's doing it? He was still hide the shit from himself. Hide the shit from himself. Alright, let's go. Slow creep over the bridge. Let's go. Hurry up and get in line. I believe you. You know that's how it works. I'm gonna pick up till 7:30. Get my mail, take a nap. Yep, so I can drive all night. Alright, sugar, I'll let you get to it. Do some driving, I'll holler at you later. Oh, man.
So are we. Discover and experience where no two moments are like the next. Where every detail is intentionally crafted to match your spirit. for a journey worthy of you. The Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection, unlike the rest.
If you want to have a wedding, it's going to cost you $100. So I fear we've lost the plot of weddings. What I'm asking is, I'm not taking out a loan for your wedding. I don't really have any other choice.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking about wedding debt because some of the numbers that have popped up on my TikTok are off the walls. People are going into massive debt for a one-night party, and I mean in the six figures. And we're also not talking about the super rich. These are normal, everyday people talking about their prices and quotes. And to be honest, I just can't believe it. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with some of the average prices you're going to see in 2026.
Your wedding day should be memorable, but should it cost this much? I'm not so sure. This is the projected average wedding cost in 2026 for the Harrison Journal. Starting off with the venue and catering average projected cost of $13,000, photography and video average projected cost of $3,600, planning and coordination average projected cost of $3,000, floral and decor average projected cost of $3,000, entertainment average projected cost of $2,500, attire and beauty average projected cost of $2,000, rentals and lighting average projected cost of $1,800, stationery and signage average projected cost of $700, transportation average projected cost of $500, miscellaneous average projected cost of $1,000. Total average projected cost for a wedding in 2026, $31,000.
Okay, so we've looked at this user a couple times. He always cuts off the end of his video. I'm pretty sure it's to increase watch time, but the average total cost is $31,100, which if you think that's a lot of money, you've seen nothing compared to what we're going to look at in this video. This is going to be pretty rough, but we'll go over to a question that I asked you guys in an older video. Have you gone into debt because of a wedding? And the overwhelming response from you guys was no, that's ludicrous. However, there were a couple examples here. We should have eloped and just had a courthouse wedding. Took out a $29,000 loan in January 2022 and have been paying it down to $10,000 remaining on it today. I had a beautiful wedding, but it was so expensive, around $35,000. We're going to be paying this back through December of 2026. It's a huge monthly payment, $550 a month, and not worth it. Would have rather invested that money into our retirement accounts. My brother went $50,000+ into debt to have a wedding at Disney. He makes about $70,000 a year. Those Disney adults, man, we've gone over before. They spend an absolutely insane amount of money. But we'll move on to a clip with another example of somebody taking out a loan for one of these weddings.
My view is, your wedding is one day, your marriage is for life. £37,000 worth of debt for one day doesn't start your marriage off particularly well. And I would prefer people out there to protect their marriages and their married life rather than have that one day that puts them in debt. I don't like debt for a wedding. That's a very substantial amount of debt. Now, I don't know how much you earn, but I have my 3 questions that dictate whether someone's in debt crisis. The first one is, do you have more than a year's salary in debt, not counting mortgage and student loans? Now, if you earn £140,000 a year, that's doable. If you earn £50,000 or £40,000 a year, that's a very difficult amount of debt.
And most of the examples that I see on social media, people talking about how much they spend, they are not making $140,000 a year or $250,000. They have average salaries like everyone else. So $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 worth of debt will take years, if not decades, to pay off. We'll talk about that a little bit later. At least spend it on the honeymoon instead. That's what I've said before. If you truly wanted to spend that kind of money, wouldn't it be cooler to go and travel for weeks or months instead of having that one single party for the night? Married on Sunday, bankrupt by Monday. That one's pretty good. I knew a couple who took out a £20,000 loan and they divorced 2 years later. Loan lasted longer than the marriage. And we also have a comment from you guys here. If you're starting off your marriage in horrendous debt, then it isn't a dream, it is hell. And in this climate where money is tight, you are just asking for more problems in your relationship.
Every Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your
So I fear we've lost the plot with weddings. Somewhere along the way, they've stopped being about just celebrating two people in love, and they've become these full-blown productions, what feel like performances for 200 plus people and the entire internet, I'm sorry, but the wedding that you are planning should be about you and your partner only. Period. Not about your great aunt who thinks you should be serving chicken and steak instead of pizza. Not about your coworkers who you barely know, and definitely not about TikTok and Instagram. Social media has completely skewed our expectations around weddings. We are now planning for the masses. We're planning for content creation, for the opinions of other people, and I'm guilty of this. I had a full-blown meltdown this week about whether or not people would think our wedding invitations are cute or not.
It's really amazing how much social media has influenced our life, and I know that's rich coming from you guys on a social media platform right now. But not only are you pressured to spend a ton of money for your friends and family who attend the wedding, but then you need professional level photography, videography, basically on the level of content creation just to get some likes on Facebook and Instagram. So imagine what that's going to cost on top of everything else. We can go over to the comment section. I feel like a lot of people want to have a wedding, not a marriage. Some are okay with getting into 5 or 6 figures worth of debt just for that attention online. But it's not like that'll last forever. Maybe a week's worth of likes and engagement, but just like everything else on the internet, people stop caring and move on. Now we can get into the prices and the quotes people have gotten. We looked at one wedding venue that started at $40,000. That only included the venue, chairs for the reception, ceremony, flowers, and decorating. Did not include catering, alcohol, DJ, or photographer. Truly insane that they could charge $40,000 just to use a building for one day. And this experience is not an outlier whatsoever.
Please make me feel better. How much did you spend on your wedding? What's considered a lot? I live in South Florida. I know prices are a little more expensive here. Everything seems like a lot, and I want to feel a little bit better. And I also want to convince my mom that these prices aren't outrageous, because she thinks $15,000 for a venue is outrageous, and I think that's like kind of reasonable. Am I right? Especially for like the most gorgeous venue in the entire world.
I don't know what venue she's talking about. Maybe she's absolutely in love with it, but even with $15,000 being wildly expensive in my opinion, there's a lot more examples out there that are much more money. Nothing goes on a credit card. It's one day, and to be honest, you'll be stressed the whole time anyway. You guys saying $35,000 to $120,000 are wild. What a waste. Micro wedding with 50 guests, DIY most decor, still spent $25,000. Another thing that I feel like has been blown out of proportions, apparently having 50 people there is considered a micro wedding now. You apparently have to have hundreds and hundreds of people at your wedding to be considered normal sized, I guess. Here's an interesting comment from somebody who I feel like is just trying to inflate the numbers for his business. Charleston photographer here. Most couples in the area spend somewhat between $100,000 and $200,000. So when he asks $5,000 to $10,000 for some photos, you know, it's not that bad. I see people spend $250,000 on this day. Planning a 2026 wedding looking like it's going to be over $100,000 to $125K for a wedding in Virginia, and it's not even going all out. Saving where we can. You're saving, and it's still a price of a high-end vehicle? In that same argument too, I know if you get an expensive like Mercedes GLS, it'll clearly depreciate and you'll lose a lot of money, but at least you have transportation of vehicle. This just disappears within a weekend. Most venues I inquire start at $35,000 to $40,000. Again, how are so many people affording or paying for these weddings? What does the average couple do? That's a perfect thing to ask, because most of these people are not making $120,000 a year each. They're taking out loans, putting it on credit cards, going into crazy debt. We were hoping to spend under $40,000. So far, the venue, food, and alcohol is a little bit over $70,000. I got quoted for $104,000 for a venue in New Jersey. These comments just go on and on. How do we end up in a world where wedding planners call a wedding between $75,000 and $100K a budget wedding? I just got quoted $150,000 minimum spend for my food and beverage at my #1 venue. What is this? Now this next clip is a little bit of advice if you are planning on doing all of this, and will probably save you a decent amount of money.
For my brides-to-be, this is just a small reminder. When you are booking things for your wedding, you never tell them it's for a wedding. Ever. You tell them it is for a party. Do not put the word wedding. You're automatically going to add $1,000 to your tab.
I'd probably venture to guess that it would be more than $1,000 added. As soon as the catering company hears it's for a wedding, oh, they're going to jack up their prices. That's what everybody does. Because it's widely known that people spend way too much money on this day. I mean, here's a perfect example. If you're looking for me on August 23rd, don't. $14,000 owed to a florist. $13,000 owed to a photographer. $11,200, $7,500, and $27,000 owed to a venue. All of this to be paid for on one single day. That is brutal. What type of pictures are they taking for $13,000? Everyone's concerned about the florals. I'm wondering what photographer you're getting for 13 grand. I had a heart attack at that $14,000 florals. Is Jesus himself providing the food? I mean, for the price, man, he better be. It's actually not worth it, and the creator responds, please don't tell me this. A little too late. Tell me the most unhinged thing you spent money for on your wedding. We spent $3,000 on McDonald's as an after-party snack for our guests. $25,000 in cancellation fees when we split 2 months before. That money evaporated. $6,000 on all-film black and white unlimited photo booth for party favors. It is a good idea, but for $6,000? Didn't have a wedding. Instead, my parents paid for our down payment on a house. Best decision ever. I agree with that. That puts you way farther ahead financially compared to most people out there today. Got married outside, refused to have porta potties, so I spent $3,000 for a trailer bathroom that had stall sinks and lights. Bougie porta potties, if you will, for $3 grand. Almost $1,000 to release butterflies during our ceremony. Finding out my husband has a fear of them day of was fun. All right then. Is this more common than I thought? $700 on McDonald's cheeseburgers for our post-wedding snack. I've legitimately never heard of this before, and now I've seen comments almost back to back. I spent $10,000 on renting flatware because I didn't like the venue's forks. 10 grand, 5 figures for that.
I just got quoted $50,000 for just a wedding tent. Just the tent.
I just got a catering quote for my wedding for a buffet for $200 to $225 per person. I'm sorry, $225 per person for it to look like a golden corral? This is why your small business stays small, because you're charging way more, 3 times more than what I would pay at a freaking Longhorn for a steak, 2 sides, a salad, and a dessert.
Now we go over to the comment section. Same person who's planning a wedding while being $200,000 in debt, by the way. The creator responds, am I not allowed to get married just because I choose to pursue a career in healthcare? So what that probably means is she racked up $200,000 worth of student loan debt. Maybe a little bit less, because I've also seen experiences of people racking up credit card debt while they're in school because it's very demanding. They can't really have a part-time job and you still need to survive. But there is another reply. You're the one putting it out on the internet. I think it's amazing that you're getting married, but you were just complaining on an older video, I'm guessing, about how you're in so much debt. I don't know. Doesn't sound like the best financial decision, but best of luck. And especially now when there's no pause on paying back student loans, they'll garnish your wages, they will go after you. It just puts a lot more stress on your life on top of all the wedding costs. We have a comment from you guys right here. I got married at the courthouse and we used a friend's cafe for the function afterwards. The whole thing cost about $2,000. It still probably was a very good time at a fraction of the cost, but again, when we're in the day of social media, everything needs to be bigger and better than anybody else you've seen online, and that also includes the engagement ring.
Forget big weddings, now it's the proposal that's breaking the bank. Couples are dropping serious cash just to pop the question, with some proposals now costing more than the honeymoon or even the ceremony itself. According to the New York Post, one man spent over $14,000, including a private rooftop setup. Another couple flew to Portugal, shelled out $17,000, complete with designer watches, drone footage, a luxury hotel. Experts say it's all about the wow moment, and the Instagram likes to prove it, and is being driven by influencers. So what do you think about the pricey trend? Let us know.
This is just getting worse and worse, because no matter how many times I say it and show you examples, that most of the influencers and people you see on social media are just straight up lying to you about their lifestyle, it doesn't change the fact that some people still want to replicate it. Now, I personally don't think it's a good idea to have a super expensive large engagement ring, even if you are genuinely super wealthy, but we'll just run this clip before I talk about it a little bit more, because I think this is a perfect example.
I am literally sick to my stomach. I was just about to go to bed and I got an email from my wedding venue that my fiance
fiance and I just booked today, so I thought I would read it. You want to know how much weddings cost? Let me just, they sent me basically like a what to expect budget wise, and I like jaws on the floor. Catering, full service catering is around $50 to $120 per person. So with 80 guests, expect and budget for $5,500 to $7,000. Early career photographers generally start around $3,000. However, what's showcased on our website is around $4,000 to $9,000. Quality DJs start at about $1,000. Most of our couples end up in the $2,000 to $3,500 range. Estimated budget approximately $700 for linens and napkins. Couples getting married at this venue usually spend between $30,000 to $60,000.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already this small.
Okay, so I cut off a decent amount just ringing out all the other costs, ending at about $30,000 to $60,000, which is a wide range, but we'll just move on to the comments. Okay, but your ring. If that ring is real, you could afford that wedding. Shake my head. That was most of the comment section, so much so that the creator had to respond. Hey, just to clear things up, my ring is a real diamond, and I still do not want to pay $60,000 for a wedding. Hope this helps. You're claiming to have a $400,000 ring, but can't afford a $60,000 wedding. It went on and on, but it does add into the fact that people clearly notice and then now think that you'd be super wealthy. And that's probably not something I would want to show off in today's world. I feel like it just puts a target on your back. I'm not much of a jewelry person in general. I mean, if you have like a ring or two or just a simple necklace, that's fine. But if it's loud and big and flashy in your face, I just think it paints a target on your back and it's just not the safest thing. But speaking of the rings, we have a comment from you guys here. A manager I worked with was engaged to his second wife while still paying off the first wife's wedding ring. Wow. But now we can start going into even more expensive versions of the wedding. Of course, the destination wedding.
Can somebody please explain to me why people want you to travel the farthest distance possible to see them get married? Why they expect you to take all your days off to see two people who live 10 minutes from you get married in a place that costs you $5,000. Do you think we can just stop doing that?
And that's kind of on the cheaper side compared to some of the experiences that I remember watching. One woman was thinking about taking out a loan for $9,000 because of the destination wedding. It's not like everybody's flush with cash right now. I agree. Weddings used to be about family and friends, modest, sweet, and sacred. Now it's an expensive production. Pass. And here we go. We got an example right here. How much we paid for our Italy wedding. The venue was $11,000. It was on a weekday, so it saved us money. The welcome party was another $10,000, almost as much as the entire venue. Catering, $35,000 for 100 guests, $350 a plate. Music and lighting, $11,000. Floral and decor, $9,200. Transportation, $4,300. The gown was $6,500. Alterations was another $13,000, and jewelry was $600. Photography, $6,500. Videography, $4,200. That I guess was a friend's discount, and a content creator there, another friend discount, being another $4,500. You're talking about around $15,000 just for that alone. Hair and makeup, another $1,200, and fireworks being $4,600. And that's a grand total of $109,900, not including all of the guests that had to travel there as well. But talking about the photographers and videographers there, we have a clip up on screen. Merry Christmas Eve to all that celebrate, except my wedding photographer, who still hasn't provided a photo from my August wedding. As a photographer, I can confidently say, sue them. As long as your contract didn't state that they take over 4 months to get the photos. I never got any and got married 6 years ago. I joke sometimes that we should just get married again and hire someone more reliable, so they just ghosted them. I haven't gotten any either from an August bride as well. Imagine paying $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 and you just don't end up getting photos at all. The whole wedding industry is becoming such a scam.
Hi, I'm a 2026 bride that got engaged in July, and it is now almost January. And let me tell you about what we have booked. Wait for it. Nothing. I don't have money to put down a deposit on anything right now because we did just buy a portfolio didn't get in here. All I have is hypothetical plans. I have a hypothetical photographer, videographer, venue, but that's as far as I've gotten because we have no money. What I'm asking is someone taking out a loan for your wedding. I know it's
Do it.
silly, but I don't really have any other choice because unless I'm somehow getting 30 grand in the next few months.
There's absolutely no other choice but to take out a loan. I guess delaying the wedding is just completely out of the question, even though you guys ended up buying a house, which puts you way farther ahead than most people today. That, of course, is not cheap to maintain and all the bills, but you're going to add on a $30,000 high-interest loan to get married as well. What could go wrong?
You have the audacity of being a man and telling me that I can either have a wedding for one night or buy a house in 48 states.
You want to earn 60,000 bonus miles and pack for this? Even though you'll likely just do a lot of this, then you should probably have a United Explorer card for a free checked bag on United flights and earn your way to 60,000 bonus miles. Hey, that's a lot of miles.
When you live with diabetes, progress is having your coffee like you like it, without it on it.
A house in 48 states.
The internet is speaking the truth. Have a smaller wedding. Weddings don't have to be expensive. Brides believe they need an over-the-top celebration that costs 50 grand. Well, now in today's world, double it.
If you want to have a wedding, it's going to cost you $100K. I'm 2 months into wedding planning, and I'm going to share some of the rates that I've been quoted so you can properly plan or decide to elope. Starting with venues, and we're talking like full-service venues, so food and bev already included. The lowest quote that we received was $45K. Which means you're looking at an average of $225 to like about $350 per person. We were actually quoted $650 per person at one venue, and I was like, ha, thanks, goodbye. We'll also typically see about a $2 to $3K additional charge if you want to have a ceremony on site. Then for videographer, photographer, you're looking at about $5 to $10K each. Vans have started to quote us at about $16K to $20K, and DJs started to quote us at about $6 to $10K. When it comes to florals, I want a bomb. For like a typical standard wedding, you're going to be spending about $8K as a starting price. Wedding dresses, you're going to start at about like $3K, and then you can go anywhere up to like $15K for those designer looks. Veils typically start at about $750. Oh, and boleros, a minimum of $1K. Then you have alterations, that starts at about $1K. And then you have hair and makeup. For the bride, that's going to start at about $600. I was actually quoted $2,500 for my makeup, just my makeup.
Okay, so we're just going to cut it off there because this goes on and on with more expenses. We'll go over to the comment section now. I got married in 2021, only spent $11,000. Maybe you need to adjust your expectations. As a photographer, I think you just have expensive taste. You keep getting quoted these prices because you're probably drawn to higher end vendors, so it's definitely going to cost more. These are not luxury prices. $60,000 to $100,000 all in is pretty average for New Jersey and New York these days. Wonder why I don't live there anymore. And even that won't get you all top tier vendors and frills. A true luxury wedding is easily $200,000. Well, I somewhat recently went to a wedding in New Jersey, and the total cost was around $10,000. So $60,000 to $100K being average is just wildly off the mark. Unless you want to have that big Instagram production. Sorry, this isn't average. Everything being quoted would be considered luxury market. This is from Dusty, the wedding photographer. This is his job. That isn't a standard wedding, and it goes on and on.
So a friend of mine knows a couple who are going to get married soon, and the two of them, they have around $100,000 saved. Now, the wife or the wife-to-be wants to spend about $100,000 on their wedding. And the husband also wants a wedding this big or somewhere near it, but simultaneously wants for them to buy a home and start a family as soon as possible after getting married. If they go through with that expensive wedding, they will have nothing at the end of it. Absolutely nothing. I present that information to you to then ask who in their right mind would ever think that this is a good idea? Who in their right mind would spend that much money on a wedding when it's every penny you have? All props to them for not wanting to go into debt for it. But are we being serious here? $100,000 wedding? I think if you even have $1 million net worth, having a $100,000 wedding is also stupid. But all the money you have on one day that no one, the following day and every day after is going to
Decisions video where this guy on podcast was still paying off his $50,000 wedding, and they were about to have their 10-year anniversary. They took out loans and put it on credit cards. I mean, you're talking 20 to 30% interest rate. Is it really worth paying it off for a decade? I can't imagine so. And I am glad that some people are waking up to this. Because even if you did have that kind of money in the bank, it could be put to use so much better than this party.
I will pay each of my daughters $35,000 not to have a wedding. Now, before you come at me, they each know that if they decide to have a wedding, that's totally okay. I will support it. I will pay for the wedding. They won't get a check, but I will pay for the wedding. I will be there, and I will participate fully. They'll have a smaller budget, and we'll make it nice. But if they choose not to have a wedding, they will get a check. And the reason I'm going to do that is because most married couples start off their marriage in debt. And the average cost of a wedding is about $35,000 right now. And to me, that is a huge waste of money. Now, that's my personal opinion. I got to have the big fancy poofy wedding. My husband and I spent the first 5 years of our marriage paying off that wedding debt. And if I could go back and invest that money in a home or the stock market or literally anything else, and just have gone to the justice of the peace or had a small backyard family wedding, and then gone on a nice honeymoon and put the rest down on a house, that would have been a better start for us.
My dad gave me $12,000 to not have one 15 years ago. I quit my job and traveled Europe solo for a year, but I met my French husband there. My parents gave us $50,000 for my wedding. I used $15K for a down payment on a home, $10,000 for a month trip to Europe for a honeymoon, and we invested the other 25 grand. I'll say it over and over again until I'm blue in the face. One of the biggest reasons for the high divorce rate in today's world is financial stress.
The more expensive the wedding is, the higher chance of divorce. And this is not my opinion. The Montari Law Group did a study and found that when couples have weddings that cost over $20,000, they were 1.6 times more likely to get a divorce. That means if you spend $20,000 on your wedding, you are 60% more likely to get a divorce than people who don't. I think there's three major things that cause that. Number one, financial stress. When couples first get married, they're walking into their marriage with debt from their wedding, and that's immediately going to cause tension and resentment. Two, when couples do spend over $20,000 on their wedding, to prioritize image over the functionality of their actual relationship. And lastly, the correlation with personality traits. Those who are drawn to extravagant displays often score higher in traits like narcissism and materialism, which are both linked to lower relationship satisfaction and longevity.
And I think a couple comments from you guys goes very well with this. Imagine going into debt for a one-day event that will ultimately be the deciding factor in the divorce a few years later. If you think a wedding costs a lot, wait until you talk to a divorce attorney. The whole reason to get married is to stay together forever, right? It's not really looking that way as much anymore. It's all about the wedding. But we'll finish off this video with a clip up on screen right now. Us happily married, full savings account, and zero wedding debt. Bills paid, and watching you call us broke for having a $1,000 micro wedding. I also had a micro wedding, spending $2,000 max, didn't pull from our savings or investments. The goal is to marry your person, not the actual wedding. Exactly. I'd rather just get married in a courthouse and go on a nice vacation. No reason to go into debt for one day. That's what I was saying before as well. I would legitimately rather spend the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 on an insane trip around the world. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Two months ago, we went to go and look at two potential hypercar projects. The first was a Ford GT out in Dubai, and the other one was a Bugatti Chiron Persport. out in Miami. That is so sick. We later found that the Bugatti, it was impossible to buy parts directly from them.
On that chassis number of vehicle, they will not supply any component through a Bugatti dealership.
So the Ford GT looked like a way better option. Without being able to buy parts to repair this Bugatti, it seemed like an impossible rebuild. And on top of that, even if we were able to buy parts, they were just extortionate.
Headlights for a Chiron, €150,000, a bonnet €50,000, and bumper €80,000.
Oh my god! But bearing in mind all of that, the Bugatti was still listed for sale at Copart auction, and somebody bought it. 1.5. United Kingdom. Someone's bidding from the United Kingdom. This was the day of the auction, and with me having my mindset on not buying this car, I was just interested to see what it sold for, and already the bids were at $1.5 million. I'm shocked it's got to this point, and the bids kept rising. This was a $6 million car, but what's it worth in that condition? 1.65. The minimum bid is 2 million. The reserve is 2,050,000. When the bids hit 1.6 million, the auction revealed that the reserve price for the car was $2 million. So it'd have to go over that for it to even sell. Sold on approval. 1.6, but the reserve was 2 million. No, there's got to be a deal at 1.6 and that. So who won it?
All I'm going to say is, start getting your flights, mate.
Well,
after being removed from her docket more than a year ago.
It's a story the 7 investigators first broke in September of 2024. 7 investigator Heather Cataldo is here with what she has learned.
This has been a long process. You'll recall we revealed recordings of Judge Kathleen Ryan making some shocking statements. Judge Ryan has essentially been on paid leave for 15 months and once described herself in those recordings as untouchable. The Judicial Tenure Commission has been investigating this for more than a year, but they did not take action against her. Her lawyers confirming to me late today that she is retiring, and the vacancy for her position has already been posted by the governor's office for potential candidates to apply for an appointment to the bench.
I can honestly say that. Okay, I'm not systemically racist, I'm a new racist.
The 7 investigators were the first to reveal the recordings that Oakland County officials say prompted Judge Kathleen Ryan's removal from her docket in August of 2024.
Black. I'm so off of this Black Lives Matter, #Me2, all this. Oh my God, like you.
On Wednesday, a judicial vacancy was posted on the State Bar website saying the former Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge was vacating her position on the bench.
Morning. Please be seated.
Ryan was a probate judge for 13 years until the Oakland County Probate Court Administrator filed a complaint against her, alleging Ryan had been harassing him, calling him after hours for years, and making racist and other inappropriate comments.
I've never met anybody that enjoys hurting people and brags about it the way she does, or intimidating people, scaring people.
Hutton says his complaint was not acted on for months, so he then sent the recordings of his calls with Judge Ryan to state and county officials.
I just want to make it right, and I want the people in Oakland County that come to court to get a fair shake, to have their day in court, to have an unbiased.
You're doing way better. If you're an American black person, then you're lazy.
Judge Ryan has been paid for the last 15 months while she was out of the courthouse, and taxpayers have been footing the bill for visiting judges to handle her docket. Now her lawyers say she is retiring and leaving the bench.
Judicial Tenure Commission investigations are not public unless they reach the point of the JTC filing formal charges. Again, that did not happen in this case, so the results of that will not be made public. Now, meanwhile, I did speak with one of Judge Ryan's colleagues, Judge Daniel A. O'Brien. He said Judge Ryan was a good judge, and he expressed frustration that the court was left with visiting judges for so long while the JTC investigated, saying that really left a lot of cases not having continuity. So at least there's some resolution. She's retired. At least, and I'm sure a lot of people who have been in front of her are going back in their memories and going, wow.
Did I get a fair shake? Yeah. Thank you, Heather.
Welcome.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels, creating steady jobs for hard-working folks chasing the American dream. You can share in our success by investing with Phoenix Energy and get 9 to 13% annual interest.
Every New Year, somebody fires a gun into the air and thinks, it'll come down somewhere else. This is where it came down.
So you don't know what that is? What do you think it was?
How does it expose faster? That right there, that's the lie that people tell themselves. It's probably nothing, it's probably not my problem, all this bullshit.
Is that a bullet? You gotta be kidding me. It's a roof bullet.
No, that's not a metaphor, that's not clickbait, that's a bullet that fell out of the sky into someone's house.
Yeah. That's your first one. Now you can't take this one because it will leak. But yeah, it's a roof bullet.
Oh, that's wild.
Right?
I thought it was like a screw, a machine screw or something for some reason.
That's from somebody celebrating 4th of July, New Year's Eve, or something like that.
And that's the part that should piss everybody off, because nobody aimed at this house. Nobody wanted this to happen, which means this wasn't malicious. It was stupid.
And these bullets, when they go up, right, they do come down.
Crazy how physics works, right? Bullets don't disappear. They don't get arrested in mid-air. They don't magically lose all energy because you were celebrating. They come back down.
They adhere to Newton's laws of physics, just like anything else. And then they'll get lodged in your roof like that. Imagine if that kind of thing hits you on the head.
That's the part people never imagine. They imagine the bang. They imagine the vibes in the fields. They imagine the Instagram story. They never imagine the aftermath. And honestly, if you're doing this on your Instagram story, you're an idiot.
This is the first one you've seen? No, this is the first one. You never forget your first. No, this is like my 5th one, I think. 4th or 5th. Yeah, this is a Midtown special. Probably a little 9mm or something like that.
4th or 5th. Which means this isn't rare, it's just rarely seen. And this is where gunfire actually looks like. Not the shot going up, but where it lands. And if you actually care about gun culture, real gun culture, this is where responsibility matters, which brings me to this. For years, anti-gunners have tried to shame gun owners into silence. They say we're obsessed. They say we love guns too much. They say that passion is something to be embarrassed about. Now they're calling us homosexuals. A person obsessed with owning guns, a zealous supporter of the right to bear arms. Cool. That sounds like a compliment to me, because if I'm going to be obsessed with anything, it's the right to defend my life responsibly. So we don't run from it, we own it. So if that mindset speaks to you, check out the line of homosexual merchandise that I have at shop.mrcoleonnoir.com. We have them in this hat. We have different variations of this hat as well. Shirts, hoodies, drinkware, you name it. I'll put a link in the description section for you to check out the available products. Now, that's why this matters.
couldn't respawn in Rome, please? Yes.
Ah, great. Finally landed in a good spot. Wait, where the heck?
So to all my men, but specifically my young man, if you can control these three things, bruh, you will damn near be a god. Number one is your mouth. Now, what I mean by this is basically your emotions. Say you get an altercation with someone and they talking crazy out their neck. These words don't affect you. You know, you don't crash out and throw your life away because of someone's words. And then also knowing when to assert yourself, okay? Now, number two is your guts. Now, what I mean by this is basically the foods that go into your body. Eating healthy, and like I stated in my mukbang video, a lot of people, they use food as a coping mechanism. When they get mad, they eat. When they get sad, they eat. And obviously, this is a negative thing to do. Now, number three, and the topic of today's video is not thinking with the other head, okay? Y'all know what I mean. We have seen countless men, you know, throw their whole lives away, lose everything they worked their entire life for because of lust. There was a coach a few weeks ago we talked about, man. He was like the first black head coach of this college, threw it away because he wanted to sleep around one of the staff members. This happens all the time, but not on higher scales. And it's just like if these brothers would have just slowed down and actually thought with a real head, they would have been in different situations. Now today we're gonna be talking about a basketball player, Zion Williamson. To understand what's really going on, we gotta go all the way back. So this is in 2023. Zion posted a picture at his baby shower announcing that he had a baby. Everything was going good, everybody was happy until this one person started commenting and basically adding Zion Williamson. So Mariah Mills, this is her, she started tweeting crazy. I let you spit in my mouth last week when you know what, and you could have told me that you had another whore pregnant. How was that going to work moving us both to New Orleans? You think I would have found out? That's just one. Pause, by the way. God damn, I told you, she meant to say you was going to be the next king to LeBron. I motivated you. Your BM is the reason you gained weight. She toxic. I hate this for you. Now, obviously, this is bad, but what made it worse was she's an OF model. And the way she looked, like her body, okay, let me show you. I mean, she's not ugly, but she has a very weird BBL. Like, the thighs don't match at all. This is something that you would see on one of them, you know, one of them sites. I hate that I even got to talk like this, but one of the porn sites, you know what I'm saying? Very outlandish. It doesn't look real at all, you know? So that happened, and he was actually sending her, like, lots of money, bro. Like 10K, 20K, just tricking out the ass. So let's move on from that situation, right? A few days after that, another girl came out the woodworks. And this is Zion. Like, you can tell this is his bet. And be laying around sleeping comfortably knowing you have bees pregnant. Disgusting. And it's another BBL model. I'm gonna block out the photo because it's crazy looking, but she has another exaggerated buttocks that you would see on like a porn website, you know what I'm saying? January 7th, which was like a few days ago, Zion got exposed again. This is another OF model. Ugh. Zion got her at his house.
What light? Is that heat though, or just light?
Oh no, it's real heat comes out there.
Okay.
So, you know what I'm saying? He got her living lavish. He sent her 2 bands. I'm pretty sure he sent her way more money than that. Like, it's just the proof she's showing. So he got her out there, man. Zion Williamson, if he wasn't 6'8" and rich. And it's a photo of this guy. Now, if you're not on TikTok, you probably don't know who this dude is. Good. Let me just show you an example of the type of content he does.
What was the most iconic game? Cherokee's breaking out of jail. Diamond Monroe. Big ass Daphne's gun video. Who is the best Latina from this era? Isla Fox, Luscious Lopez, Olivia Lovely, or Rebecca Leonard? This is my career. While you were listening to Drake, I was breaking down film. I was studying the game. I was analyzing play. My goal rap said I had 115,533 minutes in. I understood. These are rookie numbers.
So basically, he has the whole page revolved around talking about porn stars. I gotta give it to him. He's very creative because he talks about it in a way of like sports. It's just crazy to me because in 2025, 2026, it's so normal to talk about this type of stuff. And obviously, I've watched this stuff before, but it was never something to be proud about. You know, like we used to always have to hide it. And now it's just like everybody is normal. His page is pretty big and no one really talks down on him. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone just like, oh yeah, bro, facts. Like they're agreeing, they're talking about their favorite corn. Like it's, I don't know.
We all remember the good old days, right? The games that supposedly made us fall in love with the sport. But sometimes you have to go back and watch the tape and realize those games were mid and that our teenage brains didn't know the difference. All heads keep telling me, go back and watch the tape, youngster. I went back and watched some of these so-called legendary games. So today we're going to talk about the most overrated performances of all time. Start with the classic that y'all swear was revolutionary, Superhead and Mr. Martin.
I'm so
Everyone don't walk on.
Obviously, we all done watched this stuff before, but I've never like memorized names though. You know, like I just had watched it, did what I did, and got off of it. So it's like the fact that all these people know these names, and I swear I'm not trying to seem like I never did. It was just get on and get off, go about my day. This is a mental problem. Y'all gotta. This is no. I'm not gonna condone this shit. It's crazy, y'all, because this man done got so big that he actually have like these stars on his page now.
Hey guys, here is my top 5. Number 1, we got Angela White. I think she's compared to LeBron James, MVP player. Really, really crucial. Number 2, I think we got Karen Noir. I think that she is compared probably to Ant Edwards. She has the potential to be the force of the league. Next up, I think Violet Myers. Violet Myers, I would compare to Tim Duncan. She's a fundamentalist. She does it all. Next, we got Adriana Chechik. I would compare her to D-Rose MVP season before a career-altering injury. We all know she got her at TwitchCon. Next up, I would say Willow Ryder. Compare her to SGA. Has the ability to take over the game at any moment. Definitely an MVP player.
Yes, do your Mount Rushmore.
My Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Nina Hartley. Just a legend. Just perfect in every way. We should all aspire to be like Nina Hartley. Belladonna. She is a lot of the reasons why I am the way that I am today. And the reason why I started watching the game. Wesley Pipes.
3 for 30. 3 for 30.
Like, who's entertaining us like that anymore?
Elite trash talk.
Exactly, like, no one's really entertaining me like that anymore, so, yeah.
Yeah, this is 2026, man. This is 2026, y'all. And I feel like it's only going to get worse. I'm going to put a screenshot up on the screen. But majority especially of younger men in my generation, they are still virgins. And this is not a bad thing. This is actually a good thing. But I feel like it's not by choice, though. That's the thing. Like, if it was by choice, then that's a good thing. But it's not by choice. Like, these people, they still watch porn every day. They're talking down on women but can't get them. These are the type of niggas, the incel, red pill niggas. A lot of them are. Now, if you are a virgin by choice, bro, keep that shit until you find the right one, okay? Because I feel like having your V card as a man is very, in general, but as a man, it's rare and it holds so much weight. A lot of people love talking about a high value male and what it is. I feel like a high value male is so. A certain amount of people done slept with you, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these dudes think that they the most high value, but hella bodies, like, nigga, how? You know what I'm saying? And that's just where it comes down to, the self-control and having discipline and not chasing at the tail, like, you know what I'm saying? But man, y'all, this shit is bad, bro. We got, and that brother Page, he's, you know what I'm saying? He's one of many. Like, this stuff is just is big. And like I said, I don't want to sound like I'm on no high horse. Of course, I've watched in the past, but to know these names and to do all of that is just beyond me. It's on a whole nother level. Like I said, it was just something you watch and get off. But damn, man. Look, man, hope y'all enjoyed this video, though. If y'all want to see something similar to this, go check out Mukbangs. And yeah, I can't remember the title. It was a good video, though.
You are a precious little thing. You really are. You are loved.
Palmer Post Office, Eastern PA. How early can I go in?
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, MySpace. All right, we got all the AI keywords out of the way. We got death of the influencer or content creator. It's gonna be a good time.
The influencer, that era's over. And the content only creator, you're next. People are just...
There won't be any more content creators in the next 5 years. The term content creator itself is one of the worst things to happen to creatives. You're not a content creator. You're an artist or a commentator or an entertainer, or you're just a marketer, which is fine. But the way it's being done right now is unsustainable. The whole idea of being a content creator jails you to these platforms and creates the cycle where you have to continue to create content for them. And who really benefits there? TikTok has replaced Instagram, and there will inevitably be something else that comes along too. So you just end up jumping from platform to platform trying to figure out its algorithm and which best content works for it, or will you decide who you are and own it and make any platform work for you, not the other way around?
Well, the worst part is I'm gonna go ahead, I gotta go to that comment section, but right here, this place in the mall opened up and they started selling DVDs and VHS, old media. See, the funniest part is we had it right in the beginning. Also, cable TV. They actually had it right. And I get it. Get tired of ads. That's how people get paid. Okay? Paid for you watching, and then some people promoting some shit in your face. Excuse my language. When she said you gotta bounce from platform to platform and all this stuff, well, the truth is most people are going to Instagram for Instagram. They're going to TikTok for TikTok. When you go to YouTube, you might type, how many of you, raise your hand, if you came to YouTube today, typed in my name? Probably not many. And the ones that did, I love you. And if you haven't subscribed and you've been watching me a while, well, don't be afraid to support somebody and tell them you like them. Because I'm not asking you to come here and buy DVDs. Okay? Because I know you wouldn't. That's the crazy thing. Like, we don't live in a time where you could be fun and creative and put out this project or like a TV season or one movie. And that movie, that piece of product, that CD, that DVD, that vinyl record, that could float you for 3 years. That's long gone. We live in a world where you have to literally post every day. Every day. And not only that, but you have to be entertaining, but not entertaining like how you think. Oh, no. You got to be informative. Do you care about today's information? Yes, sir. Do you care about today's information?
It's interesting.
Okay. But my point is that's a daily basis. They're no longer following, like right here. That's why they always say stick to YouTube. YouTube's the hardest one. I don't feel aligned to post on TikTok. I really am transferring my content to YouTube. Okay. This is where I'm going. YouTube seems to be the new cable TV. YouTube has taken the TikTok approach. Before this guy plays, I just want to just paint you a picture. This guy was the king of YouTube, Casey Neistat. Okay? And he made videos every single day about nothing. It was just his day, and he vlogged it and packaged it very well. And no one was really doing it. It was highly edited, but the videos were about nothing. Look, stupid. This is a stupid video update. 1.6 million views. A family surprise. Okay? A special million views. Million views. Million views. A love letter. Million views. Literally about I'm back. 2 million. But this was a time where the information didn't matter, the person mattered, right? You watched the show because it was funny or it was fun, it made you feel some kind of way. It didn't have to be about just the information, it was about the person. And now we've moved into an era where this guy's retired, this guy's fucking loaded, he doesn't even bother anymore, okay? Just once in a while when he wants, and it's still about nothing, and sometimes it's very motivational, it's really cool. I liked Casey Neistat, okay? But my point is those days are long gone. I don't care how many followers you have. Maybe I care about this a little too much, but it's no longer about how cool or entertaining you are. It's like, is the information worth it? That's what it is.
TikTok's not paying anymore, guys. I don't know what to tell you. You know, less than a year ago, I was making about $1.29 per 1,000 views. Now I'm making anywhere from 28 cents to 40 cents per 1,000 views. And my content structure, rollout, none of it's really changed. There was a guy who just came out and said that he's making only 1 cent per 1,000 views. And he's got over 15 million followers, and he does millions of views per video. Just back in August, I made $5,000 in August just on TikTok. 5,000. Now I'm barely averaging anywhere from $300 to $400 a month. And I think I know what the problem is. I genuinely think that it's the AI content creators, the AI accounts on here.
I'll tell you what the problem is. Most people, I would say majority of you out there, could make a 1 to 2 minute video and keep people's attention. And believe it or not, if you've made it this far in this video, you are one of the few and the brave and the bold. Most people have left already. They're gone. Congratulations. They're fucking gone. I'm not scripted, I'm not highly edited. I think of you guys, but I also want to provide an old school talk radio feel. Shoot from the hip a little bit, just talking that stuff. Okay? And I actually care. I like to get deep, I like to have fun. But a 1 minute video, it's hard to advertise that. It's hard to sell somebody a product with a 1 minute video. Therefore, it's kind of like, how do you get paid for that? How do you get paid? That's the hard part. And most people can do that. And I know I'm adding clips in here, it's not just me talking, but I do make videos of me just talking. And they do pretty well. Okay? And they're long videos. Sometimes 40 minutes. But that's a very few and far between. And also, I highly doubt that if I put all those on a DVD, that you would buy them. And I get it, because you probably wouldn't buy your shit either. I'm gonna outlast the next guy. I'm gonna outlast the next guy. That's the truth of that matter.
But do you think most people chase that immediate?
Yeah, we're all guilty of it.
Yeah,
but if you were to blow up too quick in this game, come on. You have one lucky moment, but can you have that lucky moment over and over and over and over again? Every day. That's the hard part. That's the fucking hard part. And also, is the topic interesting? You can't just be Casey Neistat anymore and say stupid video title. Just that's the title, stupid. And get 1 million views. Like, good luck with that. Good luck.
Do you think before quality, before anything? You're saying maybe topic is king? Or,
that's all people care about. That's all people care about is the topic. That's it. I mean, some people care about me. I get that. I care about you too. I love you. I'm here for you. Okay? But the truth is if I put out a video and you don't care about the topic, then it doesn't matter how much you like it.
We couldn't agree on dinner, so we compromised on something that nobody's excited about.
This customer called trying to buy the most expensive truck on the lot.
I'm Gen X, and I realized a long time ago that there was going to be no retirement for me.
These clips aren't about one person or one mistake.
They're about how different financial decisions stack up over time. Bad car loans, credit card debt, even owning property. Different situations, same reality. Every decision has a cost.
This customer called trying to buy the most expensive truck on the lot. You wouldn't believe what he was trying to offer to try to get there.
I'm looking at all the trucks you guys have over there on your lot. White certified pre-owned.
Is it that 2500?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. It's one of our preloaded trucks. Come with the accessories, the lift, the wheels, tires, kind of everything done already for you.
Well, I don't have the best credit, but I'll try to see if I can bring in 2 different trades and see if I can try to get my payments a little bit more than what I'm already paying.
2's always better than 1, right? We could definitely take them in, man. Are you still paying on those trades, or are they all paid off?
I still pay. It's 2018 Harley that I have on the little upside down.
Do you have a good idea how upside down you are, or do you kind of thinking it's kind of neck and neck?
Pretty upside down. I want to see if you guys can do better than the last year what you did.
Yeah, we'll try our best for you, man.
His credit score is already bad and he owes more than the bike is worth. That difference doesn't disappear. It gets rolled into the next loan. The payment goes up, the term gets longer, and the hole gets deeper.
I know you got negative equity in 2 different trades, it sounds like. You must be putting some money down, right?
No money down. I heard you guys are pretty good with road troubles. I'm trying to do 0 money down and trying to keep my payments around $600.
Just to make sure I heard you correct there, you want to trade in 2 vehicles that you owe money on, that you're underwater, and that's 0 money down, and want to give you a $600 a month?
Yes, is that possible?
You know, I think it's going to be tough, man. I don't know if we can get a 96-month term or one of those 100-plus month terms these days. It sounds like you probably have impeccable credit, right?
Not the best credit. I'm trying to do 500.
We're going to try our best for you, man, but I think you might be asking a little too much. I don't know if we're going to be able to get there for you, bro. I'll be straight up honest with you.
When I was about 2 years into the last car I financed, I started thinking about upgrading. I wanted something bigger, and I wanted something that would handle better in the winter. What stopped me was looking at the numbers. How much I owed and how much the car was actually worth. That's what changed how I look at buying cars, and I'll never do it again.
Just small scratch and I paint it.
You painted it.
I polish it, it's not paint.
You polish it, I got you.
No, it's not polish, it's not polish. You know, it's from my shirt. Like, the car is clean.
Wait up, you cleaned it with your shirt.
No, you don't understand me. I say nothing in my car. Just one time it's scratched.
You fixed it with your shirt though.
No, it's from my shirt.
Ah.
Yeah, it's not that damage.
What are you wearing on your shirt that you're scratching the car? What kind of, it's made of steel?
Yeah, I'm just explaining for you.
How much do you owe on it?
34,000.
Your car is worth $25,000.
He owes $9,000 more than the car is worth. That means the car can't move without the debt moving with it. There's no clean exit. Selling leaves a balance. Trading it pushes the balance forward. Refinancing stretches it out. Every option keeps the same problem alive.
You want to give me the car? $9,000?
I saw it in the market, it's 29.
Go look at Auto Trader. You could buy them with 78,000 kilometers for $23,900. I don't even know why I told you that much. It's worth less.
How much you will pay for it?
Maybe I give you 24. Maybe. And how much you want?
I want 29.
You know what they say in life? We want a lot of things, but we don't always get what we want.
Give me your price.
24,000.
25.
24.
Let me think about it.
Don't scratch it with your shirt again.
Getting out of it means paying the difference. You don't trade it away, you don't negotiate it away. You cover the gap yourself. The car is gone, the loan balance isn't. So you're out of pocket for something you no longer own. No vehicle, just the cost of the decision catching up.
Alright, if you know me, no you don't, keep scrolling, because I am going to talk about what I spent in the month of November just on like useless things, and I'm actually really shocked and embarrassed by it. So if you know me, keep scrolling please. Down to the real stuff. So in the month of November, I use November. In the month of November, I spent $213.71 on coffee. So
Hey.
Starbucks, Caribou, Bitty Bean, wherever, $213.71.
Wow.
That's like half of the car payment.
She's spending $213 a month on coffee. It doesn't feel like much because it's spreading. Small charges every day. But quietly over time it becomes a fixed expense. Money that never gets a chance to do anything else.
For food, just, not even groceries, just for food, going out to eat, DoorDash, $674.81. That alone almost equals up to $900.
Yeah.
Again, if I was putting that towards my debt, I would be getting out of debt so much quicker. Groceries, $791.58. Now it's just me and my daughter, so I honestly don't know. Like if I wasn't going out to eat and we were doing that and getting coffee, I don't think that number would be too bad. So I still don't know what my budget for groceries is going to be.
It's an incredible amount she spends on eating out and DoorDash. I used the service once and never again, all because of the prices. About 4 years ago, I ordered 2 breakfasts. With tip, it came out to about $75. That still hurts today. Just as a comparison, in December I spent about $30 eating out. January should be finished at $16, but most months it's $0.
And then the last one I knew I had a problem with, but I guess I didn't know it's this bad. And granted, there are probably a few Christmas presents included in this number, but I don't think, I know myself, and it's just I know I have a shopping problem. But $911.99. So in November, just on those things, coffee, going out to eat, grocery shopping, and just shopping at like TJ Maxx, Target, $2,592.09.
She went back through her statements. She added up what she actually spent. Seeing it listed out changes everything. Every purchase on its own probably looked minor. Together they formed a real monthly number. The number explains why money always feels tighter than expected. That's the difference between guessing and knowing.
I'm Gen X, and I realized a long time ago that there was going to be no retirement for me. So what I did was sold all the things that I had, cashed in my retirement, and purchased some land out here in Tennessee to live on. And now what I have to do is pay for permission to live on this land, buy permits, and I also have to pay taxes every year, whatever amount they decide, forever.
It probably felt like a solution at the time, but owning it didn't stop the costs. Their property taxes, the expense doesn't end, it just changes.
In this land of the free, you can never escape the system that they've built for us. There's no end to it. It goes on forever until you die. This system where we're constantly paying a tithe to the government in hopes that they will do the right thing at some point, ever.
No rent, no mortgage, just space and home. But ownership doesn't come without rules. Nothing happens without paperwork or fees. Even doing nothing costs money. It wasn't the clean break you thought it would be. It turned into managing expenses in a quieter place.
You should pay off your house, even if your mortgage rate is less than what you would be getting and earning if you had invested it in the market. Hear me out. Personal finance is not always about interest rates and math and Excel sheets and all the things. There is a side of money that is very real. It is our emotions, it's our peace of mind, and you can't factor that in to an Excel sheet. So a lot of people will say, Rachel, why would I take money out? $60,000 that I have invested in non-retirement funds, that's key, non-retirement funds, and I could be making, this last year, 15, 20%, and my mortgage rate is 3, or maybe you bought a house recently and it's 7, 8. I could be making a spread. Why would I not just keep my mortgage around?
Some people choose to pay off their mortgage early using investments, even though those investments are earning more than the mortgage's interest. Because it's not always about the math on paper. It's about removing risk, lowering fixed obligations, and keeping future income flexible. Sometimes the return isn't financial. It's stability and peace of mind.
Again, peace of mind. There's something about when you own your things, even a house, which is like the biggest purchase ever. When you have full ownership over something and you don't have a bank tied to you in life, you are free, you have control over your life, and regardless of what happens, you have a home that is paid off. And that is so much worth it than the spread you could be getting in the market. And the other great thing is too, if your mortgage is paid off, then invest your mortgage payment from here on out.
Paying off a mortgage early isn't always the right move, and choosing not to do it can make just as much sense. Keeping investments in place has real benefits. Liquidity, reinvested growth over time, more of an upside long term. Both options can be right. What matters is understanding the trade-off and choosing the one that fits how you want your money to work. If you want to see more, you know what to do. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Today, I'm going to tell you the story of one of the most talked about mysteries on the internet. And I think part of the reason this story is so mysterious and so intriguing is because there's this really unsettling audio recording that sort of confounds the whole mystery and really forces you to take a stance about what you think really happened. And And so I'm going to tell you the story, and towards the end, I'm going to play you that recording, and you can decide what you think really happened. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. You heard me right. We're going back to the old ways, up to 4 new uploads every week on YouTube, for real. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to clean the dishes for the like button. But instead of cleaning them, just smash all the dishes on the ground. Also, please subscribe to our channel, turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. At 12:30 a.m. on August 9th, 2013, a man named Kyle Lawson was asleep in his bedroom with his wife at their home in San Angelo, Texas, when his cell phone rang. Woke him up. Kyle looked at the caller ID and saw that the call was coming in from his 26-year-old brother, Brandon. And so, Kyle picked it up, but before he could even say hello, his brother said he needed help. And he launched into this big story that really sounded completely insane. He told Kyle he was currently driving north on Highway 277, which is this totally desolate 2-lane country road that runs through West Texas, and that 3 men were chasing Brandon. And on top of that, Brandon told his brother that, he's trying to get away from these men, but his truck was about to run out of gas. And so what he wanted Kyle to do was to, right now in the middle of the night, come meet him secretly to hand off a gas tank so Brandon could officially escape these 3 men. But as Kyle listened to this, he was not really actually concerned, at least in terms of Brandon being in any sort of real danger with regards to these 3 men chasing him. In reality, Kyle's reaction to this was just being so annoyed at Brandon. Because after hearing this story, Brandon's telling him in the middle of the night, he was sure that really there were no 3 men, that instead his brother Brandon was just high again, that he was hallucinating. Basically having an episode that was substance induced. So Brandon had a history of methamphetamine use. He'd been clean for the last 6 months or so. He'd been working on, being a better partner to his fiance, Odessa, and also a better father to his 4 children. But just 2 days ago, Brandon had also called Kyle, but it had been to ask Kyle if he knew where he could get some drugs. Now, Kyle did not immediately say, "Oh, here's where you go to get drugs." Instead, he tried to tell Brandon, don't do it. You should not get high. You're clean. You're doing good. But he was pretty sure Brandon had not listened, because ever since that phone call, even though Kyle didn't give him any resources for drugs, Brandon must have gone and gotten drugs anyways, because his behavior had just been completely crazy in general. In fact, right now, Kyle knew from having spoken to his parents earlier that the whole reason Brandon was even driving on Highway 277 right now was because he got into a big fight with his fiance. He was supposed to be going to his parents' house to chill out. He was basically going to time out for bad behavior. That's why he was out right now. Now, Kyle knew Brandon was very likely high, and so this was not going to be a good time to reason with Brandon and tell him to, just come home or just go to your parents' house, because, there's no such thing as these 3 men. You're just high. He's not going to listen to that. So instead, Kyle just focused on trying to calm Brandon down. Because again, Kyle is not thinking Brandon is actually in danger. He's thinking this is just a hallucination. But as Kyle tried to do that, Brandon did not calm down. He got more and more anxious, and he's continuing to talk about these 3 men that are gaining on him. And finally, Kyle just said, "Dude, Brandon, have you relapsed? Is that what's going on here?" But as Kyle expected, Brandon swore up and down that he was not high. And he just kept on begging Kyle to come help him fast before these men caught up to him. Come give me the gas I need so I can escape. Come on, man. At this point, Kyle felt like there was no point even talking to Brandon. And in some ways, he just wanted to hang up and forget about this whole thing. This was crazy. He has his own life and his own responsibilities. He shouldn't be babysitting his younger brother. But at the same time, Kyle was very close with his brother, even if, he resented it. He did love his brother very much. And even though he did feel like there is no imminent danger here other than maybe Brandon to himself, Kyle decided, you know what, I'm just going to go out on Highway 277. I'm going to find Brandon and just get him back home. So he told Brandon, he'd be right there, and then he hung up. About 45 minutes later, Kyle drove north on Highway 277 along with his wife in his passenger seat and their 4-year-old son in the back. Kyle's wife had not wanted him to be out in the middle of the night dealing with his crazy brother all alone, so she insisted that she and their son come home. And so as Kyle drove down the road, he kept an eye out for Brandon's truck. Now, to set the scene for you, this really is like a desolate highway. There's no real traffic, and really in either direction it's just kind of open plains and some shrubs and small trees. Like, this is a big, wide open area. It's pretty easy to see way out in front of you. And so he's got a great view, even though it's nighttime. But he can't see any vehicles. Like, there's no truck, there's nothing. Like, his brother is nowhere to be seen. But Kyle just kept on driving and kept on looking out. He was even just sort of looking out into the fields in case, his brother had veered off the road somewhere, which seemed entirely possible. But eventually, after driving for some time, way up ahead, sort of parked half on the road, half off, was a truck. Its lights were off, it's just sitting there. It's not even idling. It's clearly turned off. But as Kyle got closer, he realized it was Brandon's truck, so he had found Brandon. So Kyle, he pulls over to the opposite side of the road, parks his car, and he tells his wife and his son to stay in the car, and he's going to go talk to Brandon, who at this point Kyle is assuming is sitting in his truck, waiting for Kyle. And also keep in mind, at this point, Kyle's thinking, well, there's nobody else out here. There's no 3 men chasing my brother. He's probably just sitting there, high as can be, and I'm going to talk to him, and he's just going to go home, and we're going to move past this. But when Kyle walked over to the vehicle, there was nobody inside of it. Brandon's gone. And he's thinking to himself, this really doesn't make any sense, because on the ride to the truck, as they were on Highway 277, Brandon kept repeatedly calling Kyle over and over and over again, being like, come on, you gotta hurry up, you gotta get here, they're gaining on me, like I'm in trouble, bring that gasoline, you gotta get here. And now that he's here, he's finally reached, clearly, Brandon's truck. It's right here, and Brandon's gone. He's gone from his truck. He didn't tell him that on the phone. Like, where is he? What's going on here? And so Kyle, he's like looking under the vehicle. He's searching the vehicle now for his brother, which is totally crazy. Like, what's his brother doing here? But as he's searching the vehicle for his brother and looking around the area for his brother, Kyle's phone rings. It's Brandon. And so Kyle, who at this point is feeling really annoyed, he answers the phone and he's like, Brandon, where are you? And Brandon goes, bro, I'm right here. And Kyle's like, no, you're not. Like, I don't see you. There's no one here. Your truck is here. You're not here. Just then, Kyle looked out, and there was a car coming towards him. So he saw the headlights, and he realized it was a cop car. And so he's on the phone with Brandon. He's looking out at this cop car that's coming up this road towards him and clearly slowing down. Like the police officer is going to stop and talk to Kyle, presumably. And so as this cop car is coming in and slowing down right in front of him, Brandon on the phone says to Kyle, run away from that cop. Now, think about this. That meant Brandon had to be somewhere nearby because he can clearly see the cop car approaching Kyle. He's watching the scene. Even though Kyle has not found his brother, Brandon is clearly actually nearby. But Kyle, he's sort of quickly interpreting this and he's thinking, like, where is Brandon? Because he's looking out and it's just open fields in either direction on either side of this highway. It's like this barren wasteland out in the middle of Texas. Like, where is he hiding? There's nowhere to hide. There's a couple of shrubs and really small trees sort of off in the distance, but like there's really nowhere to hide. So where is Brandon? And Kyle, he's just feeling furious at this point. Confused, but furious. It's like, what are you doing, Brandon? Like, he knew the reason Brandon wanted Kyle to run also is because Brandon had an active warrant out for his arrest that had to do with a drug charge. And so he's just protecting himself, like, don't get involved with the police, like, keep me out of it. And it's like, Kyle, he's already out here in the middle of the night doing this crap for his brother who's completely off his rocker. Like, he was so annoyed, but again, it's like, what is he gonna do? He has no idea where Brandon is. And so Kyle, he was about to say something to Brandon to demand, where are you? Come out here. But Brandon hung out. Now, by this point, the police officer had arrived on scene. He had parked his car, and he walked over to Kyle. He now is standing right next to his vehicle. He had put his phone back in his pocket. And the officer, when he got close enough, he introduced himself as Deputy Neal of the Coke County Sheriff's Department. He told Kyle that he was responding to a 911 call from a trucker about a stranded driver on the road. And so he asked Kyle if maybe that was him. Is this your truck? Are you the stranded driver? Pointing to Brandon's truck. But Kyle said no, it was not his. It belonged to his brother. But despite how much he really wished he could say the truth, he wanted to protect his brother. So he couldn't tell the deputy that, well, the reason my brother left his car here is because he's probably high on meth and he's somewhere nearby hiding. And also he has a warrant out for his arrest. Instead, Kyle said, well, I think he went off to get some gas because he called me and he said he'd run out of gas, so he parked his car here. So he probably has walked on and I just got here. Is it okay with you if I get back in the car with my wife and son and just drive up and down the road here to find Brandon? I'm sure he's fine, but he called me to help get him gas. So do you mind if I do that? And surprisingly, the deputy was like, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. So Kyle, he got right back into his car with his wife and son, and he did fire up his car and he drove farther down the highway. And as he did, he kept looking over his shoulder to see what the cop was going to do. And the cop was just still parked next to Brandon's car. And eventually, when Kyle drove far enough that he knew the cop couldn't see him anymore, he pulled over to the side of the road and he began really angrily calling his brother over and over and over again to get him back on the phone. But Brandon never answered the calls. And so at this point, Kyle has no idea what's going on with Brandon. I mean, he didn't before, but now especially, he's out of contact with his brother. And so Kyle and his family would sit there for a little bit longer, like continuing to try to get in touch with Brandon, but to no end. Eventually, Kyle's 4-year-old son began crying and complaining because it's so late and he's tired. And Kyle's wife is tired. It's 2 in the morning. And Kyle, he's just so over it. He's like, you know what? Brandon is an adult. I tried to come out here and get him out of this mess. But if he doesn't want to be in touch with me and he wants to hide off the side of the highway, that's on him. I'm taking my family and I'm going home. And so that's what he did. He turned around. He drove right back the way he came. And he actually passed by his brother's truck that was still there, so Brandon clearly is still in hiding. And standing next to his brother's truck is still Deputy Neal. He presumably was waiting for Brandon to show back up. He drove right past them, back to his home, and they went to bed. They figured, you know what, tomorrow I will likely hear from Brandon, and he'll tell me some crazy story explaining what really happened. But you know what, whatever, that's on him. Not long after Kyle had driven past Deputy Neal on his way back home, Neal decided, you know what, I'm not just going to sit here all night waiting for Brandon. He had searched Brandon's truck, and there was nothing concerning inside of it. There was, no phone, no wallet, no keys, things that people would not leave behind if they ran out of gas and decided to go walk to get gas. So it seemed very much like that is what happened. Brandon had pulled his car over, gotten out, and begun the walk. And his brother showed up, and the whole thing was playing out here. And so Neal figured, okay, well, I have other calls to go to. It doesn't seem like this is a huge emergency. And so he just reached inside the truck, he turned on the hazard lights, locked all the doors, shut them, and he got in his own vehicle, and he took off. Because again, he had other calls to attend to that night. The next morning, around 8 a.m., Deputy Neal was back out on Highway 277 just to make sure Brandon had eventually come back and claimed his truck. But no, the truck was still sitting there, hazards on. Now, at this point, Deputy Neal was starting to get a bit concerned about Brandon because, he's out on foot, wanting to get gas for his truck, and even though it seemed like the risk was sort of low for him, it is possible something could have happened to him, and that's why he had not come back to his truck. Maybe he was hit by a car or, got lost or something. Who knows? Anything could have happened. Or, maybe Brandon decided not to claim his truck yet. Maybe he just went home. He's going to get it later. But regardless, it just seemed like Neal really had to go follow up personally with Brandon just to make sure he was okay. And so Neal drove back to the sheriff's department to see if he could find the contact information for Brandon. But when he walked in the door, he didn't have any time to do any digging because another employee told him that while he was out, the department had gotten a call from Brandon's fiancée, Ledessa. And Ledessa had given them a very different story than the one Brandon's brother, Kyle, had told Neal the night before. According to Ledessa, she and Brandon had been fighting for the past few days. And last night, so on the night that this whole truck thing happened, Brandon was supposed to be on his way to his parents' house to cool off from the fight he was having with Ledessa. But he never arrived at his parents' house, and he never came back to Ledessa's house. And so Brandon was totally unaccounted for. And on top of that, nobody could get in touch with Brandon. Calling, texting him, no response. After hearing this, Deputy Neal was surprised and also pretty angry, because clearly Brandon's brother Kyle had acted like everything was totally fine the night before, but that had to have been a lie, because Ledessa is saying this totally different story. And so the first thing Neal did is he went and spoke to Kyle and also to the rest of Brandon's family to get the story straight here. And very quickly it became clear to Deputy Neal that any omissions or even lies about what had happened exactly on the night that Kyle was missing were not because the family was hiding something. I mean, they were kind of trying to protect Brandon, but it was because they didn't understand how serious the situation really was. And so now that Brandon really was missing and nobody knew what happened to him, the family was very forthright that they really didn't know what had happened to him, and that yes, maybe he was on drugs, we don't know, but he really is missing and you gotta go look for him. And so that's what Neal did. Over the next 4 days, there was this huge search that Neal led all around Highway 277, where the center of the search was where Brandon's truck had been found. But despite using canines and helicopters and these huge search teams, some of which had thermal cameras which would allow you to see body heat, like despite covering this vast area all around where Brandon clearly had been, there was absolutely no sign of him. And they also spoke to the homeowners and the property owners sort of roughly in the area to see if maybe they had seen something strange with Brandon or those 3 men that apparently had been chasing him on the night he was missing, but nobody had seen anything. And so basically, Brandon was definitely not here. And there was no sign he had been here other than his truck. That was it. And so Deputy Neal and the rest of the authorities who were involved in this search ultimately came to the conclusion that based on the fact that Brandon had clearly been fighting with his fiancée, that he had an active warrant out for his arrest, and that he had not been seen in days, and there was no sign of him anywhere, nothing, that what must have happened here is Brandon fled. That he's not here because he chose not to be here. That he was never in any danger. He fled the area, and looking here is going to do nothing. We basically have to wait for Brandon to show up at some point. And so for the most part, this seemed like a pretty open and shut case. Until Brandon's fiancée, Ledessa, came into the station in person with a bombshell. On August 13th, 2013, so 4 days after Brandon went missing, this is right around the time the search has been called off, the officer on duty at the Coke County Sheriff's Department sat across from Ledessa. And Ledessa looked extremely upset. And she said that she'd gotten so worried about Brandon that she'd started searching through their cell phone records, and she'd found something really concerning. She pulled out a piece of paper and she handed it to the officer, and she pointed at a specific section. This officer, he realized quickly that this was a printed out copy of Brandon's call logs. And what Ledessa was pointing to was a call that Brandon had made at 12:50 a.m. on the night he disappeared. In between a flurry of calls to Kyle and also to Kyle's wife, Brandon had also placed a call to 911. Ledessa told the officer that the fact that Brandon himself had called 911 actually terrified her, because Brandon would have done practically anything to avoid the police. He was terrified of the police. In fact, she knew from talking to Kyle that Brandon had even suggested to him that he should run from the police on the night he went missing when he saw the cop approaching him. And so she said, look, like he would only ever call the police if he truly had to. But she's like, why then, after calling the police, did he presumably run away? It just doesn't make any sense. And all of this came as a total surprise to this officer and to the sheriff's department. Because until this moment, the belief had been that a trucker had called 911 about a stranger driver. That's how Deputy Neal got involved, and really this whole thing started. But nobody knew there had also been this other 911 call from Brandon himself. The 911 dispatch in the area was tiny, underfunded, and understaffed. And at some point, someone must have just dropped the ball when it came to informing the sheriff's department about Brandon's 911 call, because they really didn't know about it. Now that they did, they needed to hear that call for themselves. The sheriff's department would contact that 911 dispatch, and they would send them an audio recording of Brandon's call. When they listened to it, they were shocked. Because one, Brandon 100% sounded like he was in imminent danger. This was not like a low-stakes call from a stranded driver. This was someone who thought they were in real peril here. 2, if you listen closely, you can hear the sound of somebody else's voice in the background on Brandon's side of the call shortly before it cuts out.
No emergency. Yes, I'm in the middle of the field. It's like we're just pushing guys over. Right here going towards that wind on both sides. My truck ran out of gas. There's one more here. You gotta take it to the woods. Please hurry. Okay, now run that by me. We're not talking to him. Car told you ran into him. Ah, you ran into him. Okay. Got the first guy. Do you need an ambulance? No, I need the call. Okay. Is anybody hurt? Hello? Hello? Hello?
And so at this point, authorities are thinking, okay, this doesn't necessarily seem like this is just a disappearance. This might be a murder. I mean, they didn't have a body, but the idea that there's another voice and he's talking about being chased through the woods and there's these men coming after him, I mean, this audio recording gave a lot of legitimacy to that. And so the search, which had just ended, was quickly resumed and expanded dramatically. And for the next year, with all these additional resources being poured in, there was this massive effort to find Brandon Lawson. But they didn't find him. There was no other sign of him. He was just completely gone. They looked everywhere around that highway 277, all over the place near where his truck was. There was no evidence. He was just gone. And so ultimately, Brandon's case went cold. For the most part, authorities just kind of gone. Brandon's family did not. His fiancée, Ladessa, would go on to hire 2 private detectives. And they would both conduct these big searches multiple times over around the area where Brandon left his truck and also across the state. They too also just gave up empty. And as the years passed by without answers, Brandon's disappearance captured more people's attention. It started being featured on TV shows and podcasts. People had all kinds of theories about what had happened. Maybe Brandon really was just high and hallucinating, and he wandered off somewhere and attacked by wild animals. Maybe he really was being chased by these 3 men, and they kidnapped or killed him. And maybe that voice you hear on the recording was one of those 3 men. Or maybe he really had just fled the area on purpose, like the sheriff's department originally thought. Nobody really knew. And so for 9 years, Brandon's case was full of questions and 0 answers. But then, in January of 2022, a small group of volunteers went out to Highway 277 to the area where Brandon had disappeared, which had been searched so many times over. They, this small group of volunteers, would make the biggest breakthrough in Brandon's case in nearly a decade. While they were combing through this field off the side of the highway, again, a field that had been searched numerous times by hundreds and hundreds of people, these volunteers came across an old pair of shorts and pieces of 2 white shoes. They called the sheriff's department. Very quickly, a team of deputies arrived and cordoned off the area, and they continued the search. And in that same field, not far from the shorts and the shoes, they found a fragment of a human skull. And DNA testing confirmed the skull fragment belonged to Brandon Lawson. Now, you would think that finding some of Brandon's remains would answer at least some of the questions about his disappearance. But actually, it just made the whole thing more baffling, because the area where Brandon's skull was found was right near his truck. It had been searched so many times. There were thermal cameras and canines and helicopters and hundreds of searchers, and nobody found it. Remember, off the side of the highway, this is not some thick forest. It is like this huge flat field in West Texas with nothing but grass and short cactus plants and scattered trees. Like, this is an easy place to find stuff. Yet this skull fragment was not found, nor were the shorts or the shoes. It just seems so improbable. So where does that leave us? Well, we basically have 2 options here. Option 1 is, despite the enormous manpower, the helicopters, canine units, the thermal cameras that were used, the hundreds of volunteers and searchers that combed this area for years, either they just didn't see the grown man in bright white sneakers who was in this barren strip of West Texas where it's easy to see anything. They just didn't see him. So that's option 1. Or 2, He wasn't there. Brandon was not in the search area when they were looking for him. He was somewhere else. But if you believe option 2, the question becomes, well, where was Brandon? Where was he? Why did he call 911 and then run away and go somewhere else? Why? Where was he? And then also, even if you answer that, how did his skull fragment and his clothes wind up back in the search area 9 years later? It is one of the most profound mysteries on the internet, and to this day, we still don't have a good answer. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of this for you to binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one video, in the early morning hours on a Saturday, in the shadows on a side street in downtown Belgium. The man had lost track of how long he'd been there, but he didn't care. He'd hide in the shadows for as long as he had to, waiting patiently for the perfect moment that he knew was gonna arrive eventually. And finally, stumbling footsteps approached, and the man crouched